George.
We're ready.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So we want to start with when you were born and where, and just a little bit about your parents.
Okay. I was born in Sioux City, Iowa, 1932, June 10th. And my parents were Greek immigrants. My dad came over here in 1911, which would be 100 years now. And went to Sioux City because he had an uncle there who was working on the railroads. In those years, they used to have the different nationalities in gangs, Greeks and Irish and stuff. So he worked on the railroad for about a year, went out to California and repaired shoes and stuff for a while, and then decided that he was going to go back to Greece, but he wanted to stop and see his uncle again in Sioux City. My mother was from the same village, but she was there then, and they got married. So
He changed his mind about going back.
oh, absolutely. Thank God. And he got a job working on packing houses. He was a real skilled butcher, but of course in those days they paid nothing. And when he first, armors in those days would hire by the day. Every morning everybody would come outside and the foreman would take whoever they wanted
Every
into the plant,
single
just
day
about every
for the
day.
whole.
Yeah, just about every day.
For what
And,
job? For all jobs? For what jobs?
For different jobs.
For a lot of different jobs.
Because,
Wow.
so of course that went on, and he and in the 1930s, then when the AFL decided to start organizing the packing houses, they came in and evidently whatever it was didn't work too well. And my dad always thought that they were a company union. But then the United Packing House Workers Union was organized in the late 30s. Ralph Halstein was their president, and there was CIO, of course, and my dad was very happy. But my mother caught the terrible epidemic, the flu that went around after the First World War, and it killed millions of people around the world. Yeah, 1918, yeah. But she got that and was sick for quite a while, and in fact, it got well, and then my dad and her got married in 1921. She then was more or less half paralyzed until she died. In fact, in 1940, she got real bad, and she became an invalid. And my dad quit work and took care of her. And
So that was all from her. It all was long-term repercussions from the flu.
oh yes,
epidemic.
yeah. Her spine, and and we didn't know in those days. They didn't have the medical know-how that, of course, they have today. And she went to Rochester, the Mayo Clinic, and up to the University of South Dakota, places in Iowa. And all they would tell her would be that she had a dead spine, and that you could take a needle and stick it into her spine, and there was no reaction whatsoever.
Oy.
So it finally crippled her. She couldn't walk. But so anyway.
Okay. So what did you learn about the union growing up as a kid?
Well, I ate it for dinner every night. Two things was the union, the CIO, not the AFL, and Roosevelt. And he says everybody should go to church on Sunday and light a candle for Roosevelt. He was probably a socialist. He never said the word, but from just his
Well, it wouldn't have been a bad word to say at that time.
No, it wouldn't have. That's right. I just can't remember the word socialist being used, but I can certainly remember for just every night, that's all we talked about. And how the foreman mistreated them and how they, you know, they needed more money and all of that. So that was instilled in me as a very young kid. And thank God.
Did you have brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I had two sisters who died. They died at birth, and then I had a brother who was killed in 1925, 1935. I'm sorry, born in 25. On Christmas Eve, he was hit by a car. He was taking a gift over to a relative and got hit in the car.
Oh, what a tragedy. Oh.
So then, in 1938, my sister was born. But we had just tragedy at home, one thing after another. My dad eventually lost his eye. The knife, while he was working, a hog, the dead one, of course, come off the rail and hit him here while he was trimming, and the knife went into the eye.
Oy.
So he became a very nervous man, very, very depressed with all he had. But he took good care of us.
So what was your, well, first, the place you lived, you were not alone as a kid growing up in a union household. Were your, most of your friends had similar?
Oh, sure. We lived in our neighborhood, which was called the South Bottoms, and normally in every city, if the word South or near the river comes up, you always know that's where the poor people live.
Right.
And it was only, excuse me, it was only, I'd say half a mile from work. And as they're growing up, I watched the trucks with cattle and the pigs come by. So they take them daily down to the packing house to be butchered and sent out. So we lived in a neighborhood that was really integrated. I'm telling you, Greeks and Russians and Polish and Mexicans and Indians and blacks. And
Did
Greeks.
everybody
Oh,
share
yeah.
their
There
cultural?
there was not a lock on the door.
Really?
There weren't nobody stealing from anybody. Yeah, kids bumming around and stuff, but it was just funny that when people are poor, they're good citizens still.
They help each other.
Sure, and they help
That's
each other.
part of it. Yeah.
So our door was never closed.
Did you
It's
speak
always
Greek at home?
Oh yes, I was held 2 years in kindergarten because I could not speak English,
No kidding.
and my parents could not speak Greek, could not speak English, and so I had to get it out of kindergarten.
So that's where you learned your English?
Yes,
Huh.
and when I learned how
Do
to
you remember
read-
that being hard, or?
What I remember is that my dad did subscribe to the Sioux City Journal, but he could not read English. And my task was, when I began to read, was to read the newspaper to him. Because all he could do was look at
Huh.
pictures.
So you were teaching him English as you were
Yes.
learning it
Yes.
yourself?
Yes, and he got to the point where he could somewhat speak, and my mother hardly ever. And that was true. That was true with the Mexicans down there, and the Polish, the Russians. They congregated together, and their native language is what they spoke, and they kind of. It kind of reminds you of what's happening today in our world, with the Hispanics, the big population of Hispanics exploding, and the Cubans and stuff. It's happening today.
And whole communities where you can get along fine
And
in your
I
homeland
listened to these people
language.
on immigration, and I said, well, hell, if they had strict immigration laws, my parents would never come here.
Yeah.
And just to go back on the reason my dad came here, I told you about what happened when he got here, but reason. His father smuggled him. My parents were born in the northern part of Greece, called Macedonia. Now they call the neighboring Yugoslavia Macedonian, but Macedonia is a state in Greece, and for 100 years the Turks had control of Macedonia. It wasn't until 1921 when the Turks were kicked out of that part, and my dad did not want me to be drafted into the his dad, my grandfather, didn't want my dad to be drafted into the Turkish army.
Got it.
And what they would do is they smuggled these young kids out of the country. He went through the mountains.
Really?
And finally got to Athens and finally got on the ship and came here. And one other little story on that, he couldn't speak, of course, but they gave him a name tag. It said John Kourpias, Greek, Sioux City, Iowa. And every time that train stopped, my dad would go find the conductor to find out if that was Sioux City. It took him nearly a week to get from New York to Sioux City.
That's amazing that they got him out there.
Yeah.
And he got a job instantly. So tell us about your first job.
My first job was my first one, of course, was delivering newspapers in downtown. And if you remember, well, maybe you don't remember, you're too young, but they had extras, and especially during the war, extra, and I would take a bundle of those and go downtown in Sioux City and see how many I could peddle for a nickel.
How old were you?
I must have been 8 or 9 years old.
And so you were in school, though?
Yeah, well, I was in school.
So you would do this after school?
After school and weekends.
Weekends.
And then I found out that I could make more money shining shoes. And several Greeks had shoe parlors. In those days, shining shoes was a big deal. And I worked there on Saturdays, and I'd make maybe $6, $7 only in tips. They didn't know wages. And I'd get home, my dad would take half.
Which would have been a standard practice, right?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
If you're living at home.
I was living at home,
Yeah.
and I was helping because he had no income. We were dependent on the county, and every once in a while the county.
Because by this time he'd already been injured.
Yes,
Oh.
he had been injured and then quit because somebody had to take care of. My mother was in a nursing home for 6 months, and she got big bed sores, and he finally couldn't handle it, so he took her home, quit his job, and raised her. And we were products of the state.
So how long did you do the shoe shining for?
Probably until I quit high school and went to Chicago. I was a smart-ass kid who thought I knew it all, and I was going to summer school. I just finished the 11th grade, and I had flunked a grade something. I can't remember what class it was. And I started summer school, and my dad and I got into it. My fault, not his. So,
You say now.
Yeah, of course. And I decided to go to Chicago. And my godfather came over, everybody, the whole Greek community, you gotta stay. No, I'm gonna go. Rebellious. I just needed to get out, I guess. And I went for about 9 months. And I worked for Zenith Corporation.
You got a job easily as soon as you
as soon as I
landed
got
in
there,
the
probably,
town?
well, I spent the first 4 or 5 days, maybe a little longer, going to see the Cubs play baseball, because they were only 3 blocks away from where my uncle lived in Chicago. So I worked for Zenith Corporation a while. When I came back, then I went to work for Windcharger Corporation, which was in Sioux City, which was company owned by Zenith Corporation. We made generators and small radios, and I was a power press operator, making armatures that go into the motors and stuff like that. And the first day I got the job there, when I came back, I had, my dad says, all right, what union is it? And I says, it's a machinist union. Because the first thing he wanted to know, did I join the union? And I said, machinist union. He says, machinist union, are they A for L or CIO? I says, Dad, I don't know, but I think they're A for L. He says, well, God damn them, that's not a good union. But I proved later in life, before he died, that
You got him
was
to change his mind? So
But-
you joined,
1952
which was as soon as you got the job in
in Sioux
Sioux
City. Yeah.
City?
It was September, because I joined the union, of course, immediately. And
Who asked you to join?
I would think, we went to the personnel office, I got hired, and the first day at work, the steward came by and said, and it's a right to work state. And he said, you gotta join the union. I says, I know, I have to join the union. I said, my dad would kill me if I don't. And I joined that day. And it'll be 60 years September, next September, 60 years. And in that 60 years, I paid dues every month excepting 2 when I was on strike.
That's an
And
impressive
so,
record.
Yeah. So
That's
I
amazing.
was an activist. I got
From the very beginning?
involved right
As
from the
soon as you got
beginning, yeah.
the job?
Probably went to the first meeting right when the first meeting was held after I joined. And you know, they helped around there, and
What did you, do you remember the first meeting? I mean, what did you think of the
well,
union when you,
I
before you
really,
were part of it,
I
really?
really fell in love with the business agent who became my mentor. And he took me under his wing. His name was John O'Connor. And that first meeting I went to, when the meeting was over with, he said, come across the street and have a beer with me. And he started really working on me to be active. And I joined in September. After the first of the year, maybe February or March, the financial secretary was caught embezzling. And they asked, you know, John called me up and he says, would you consider taking that position? I said, my God, I don't know about figures and books and stuff like that. He said, don't worry about it. He said, we'll bring an auditor in, he'll help you. And I did. And I stayed a financial secretary for 12 years before I moved out here. But I got active, really, my father, who every day when I went home said, what happened today? And because the way some of the people there were treated by some of their foremen. And I could also tell that they needed help, not just me, but they needed, and so I was kind of very close to the business agent. I'd go out and hand bill. If we hand billed the plant for some reason, I'd go out and hand bill until 7 o'clock when I went into the gate. I went through the gate to go to work, and went to all the meetings, become a steward, and then got active in the Woodbury County Labor Council, which was the central body there. And in 1957, I was elected chairman of the negotiating committee. And that's when we had the 2-month strike.
As soon as you came on,
We negotiated for 6 or 7 months. Couldn't get any place. They sent high-priced lawyers in from Chicago.
and how many people were in the,
There were
bargaining
about
unit here?
1,200 people in the bargaining unit, and that was about 80 to 85% women. So we were dealing there with a situation in which, Sioux City's among farmland.
right,
And we were dealing with a situation where a lot of these women, husband tended to the farm, and they made extra money working in the plant, which they didn't care if the conditions were too bad, or it was just an extra paycheck to
Right.
them. So organizing was quite tough. And so we worked at it and went into negotiations, and the company, I can remember, I'll never forget, they offered us 3 pennies, 3 cents, and we did a leaflet blasting the 3 cents. Not 3%, 3 cents.
right.
For a 3-year agreement. And so we, finally had a meeting to take a strike vote, and they got up and started rabble-rousing and telling people that, and telling the women that they could do better and they had to stand with us, and my God, they turned it down.
Now, how do you think you convinced them? I mean, you just told me they didn't.
Well, we just, getting up and answering their questions and telling them that if we stand together, we'll get what
We can
we're
improve.
asking.
Yeah.
And the whole thing was that we had to stand together, but if the company knew that there was a break in our ranks, of course we'd be in bad shape. And I was young, and I guess I could say that I really didn't realize that I was asking people to give up their weekly paychecks to stand for something. And the only thing I had to back up myself was my dad, and the fact that in unions there's strength. And this is the way you get it done.
Was he supportive of the
Oh, yes.
move
yes.
to strike?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he would come down to the picket line with us, and he was a union man. And so
2
they
months?
voted, they turned down the agreement, and federal mediation came in, and we of course got to the point where we weren't talking to each other. We were in separate rooms. Federal mediator, and I'll never forget, come in, and he said, "I want to tell you guys something." He says, "Do you know that it's right to work state?" He says, "You're only 65% organized." Well, I was the financial secretary. I knew it was better than that, but that's what the companies told him. We were about 80% organized, so it wasn't too bad for a right to work state.
Right.
But the federal mediator sat across the table, looked at me, and says, "George, remember, if you let them go on strike," he says, "you're going to be responsible." I says, "You mean a federal mediator's telling me that?" He says, "Well, you're not organized enough to go on strike." I says, "Listen, do they have another offer? If not, tomorrow night we're on strike." So we went on strike. And that company was totally amazed.
Such a mediation, huh?
So about, we went about maybe 3 weeks, maybe close to a month, with nobody crossing the picket lines in a right to work state. But we really manned it. Yeah, we really manned, and education and that type of thing. We had food banks. I mean, it was just great. So all of a sudden, we got caught by surprise. Excuse me. We had we had somebody tell us that they thought that the company had a bunch of people that wanted to come to work, and that someday they would do it. Well, they took us by surprise one morning and they came. And I'll never forget the number 27 scabs.
That's how many. And was the picket line still fully
Oh yeah, fully well.
manned?
That morning we only had 2 or 3 people on the picket line. The next morning, well, that afternoon, I said, get the word out. We want as many people as we can get up to the Union Hall.
Do you know where they were from, the scabs? Were they local?
Oh no, they were from the bargaining unit.
They were.
They were ours.
Oh.
They were not. They were not members.
Got it.
They were
Okay.
not members.
They were
of
the
machine.
unorganized
They were on the
contingent.
20%,
Yep.
25% that were not organized. I remember their names from that. But anyway, we got them singing labor songs, and we told the women, you got to be strong. Tomorrow morning, we get at the plant at 4:30. The scabs are going to be coming in about a couple hours later. Form a circle and start singing, we shall not be moved. Formed a circle. I stood on the sidelines along with our business agent and the executive board, and they stopped. My nose keeps. They stopped in front of the line, the first scab, the first car, and the women kept singing, "We shall not be moved." And one woman, Catherine Marine, I shall never forget her, yelled, "Get your hands off my tits!" Because the police got out of their cars and made a decision that they were going to stop
Move people out of the way.
and move them out of the way so the scabs. And this woman said, "Get your hands off my tits." And that was it. The chief of police in the news that night said, "I shall not use belly clubs on a bunch of women." So,
So wait, did they go in that morning?
no, they didn't go in.
They stopped.
But they went to court, the company of course, and got an injunction against us,
Right.
in which we could only have 2 people. So that 27 stayed with not one other person from the non-organized in the plant went in. Another month. And finally, through federal mediation, and in those years, you know, it was the Eisenhower years, and the board was not favorable to us. I had, during that strike, I got to tell you this, I married a farm girl. She didn't know much about, as much as I could teach her about unionism. And we had my daughter Kathy. And somebody called the house and said, "If you don't get your husband to stop this strike, we're going to kill your baby." So I come home,
Oh my God.
not knowing, that's my age. Anyway, I get home,
It's dramatic.
and finally June says to me, "You're going to come and kill Kathy." I said, no, that is not going to happen. I said, "You get in the car, get some clothes," and her mother and father lived 30 miles outside of Sioux City. I said, "Get them." She said, "I won't leave." We went on for the next month, and finally, through federal mediation, they changed the 3 cents to 3%, which in those days, in the 50s, was not a bad deal. But the proposal also said that the 27 people that cross the picket line will have super seniority for 60 days. So it was a Saturday morning. We were going to vote on the agreement. God, that whole I bet there were 900 people in that room. And second floor of the Labor Temple, which is still in Sioux City. And the I was ready to get up and tell them that I would not, because in my job I had seniority, I would not go to work under any conditions in which the 27 scabs had super seniority for 60 days. What I didn't know was the Grand Lodge representative, a guy by the name of Floyd Smith, who vanished that morning. He went to Des Moines, and he left a letter with the recording secretary, which I didn't find out about until when I got to the Union Hall that morning, that said, if I were there, I would accept the agreement and recommend that you accept it. Caught me by complete surprise. I said to Catherine Lane, who was the recording secretary, I said, Catherine, don't read it. I mean, that's how much I felt about the struggle that we had. And man, we all ought to go back and not just, not give these 27 people super seniority rights. Got up, made my pitch, and it passed to accept the agreement by about 50, 60 votes, whatever it was. I can't blame them. They've been on strike for 2 months. They were most of them were farmers, and they weren't getting their paycheck, and they were going to get a 6% increase in wages. So the scabs came in for 60 days.
What is super seniority actually? How does that work?
Well, super seniority, they go to the top of the list. The callback, because the work stoppage was for 2 months. They didn't have the work to hire everybody back immediately.
So they got the work first, I see.
That's right. They were entitled to their jobs first before anybody else.
A serious reward, basically. Yeah.
So it was a good experience for me. Of course, that made me be more active, and vacancy occurred on the AFL-CIO council in Sioux City, Woodbury County, and I took that and become president of our district, and worked with my dear friend John O'Connor, and those were great days. Much different than today, you know. But anyway, got active in the state, become president of the Iowa State Council of Machinists, and I had the opportunity to, Al Hayes, who was then our international president, came to our state council meeting and spoke, and then about 3 or 4 months later, he came to celebrate the 25th anniversary of a local lodge in Dubuque, and the state council asked if I would go to Dubuque and welcome him. So I got to know him that one night. Mm-hmm. And while during the evening, my dear friend Bill Fenton, who was an agent business agent from Des Moines, said to me, "Come here." He said, "If you're asked to go on the staff, don't say no, because they only ask once." And one day I was running for, that's another story, I was running for state representative, 1962 in Sioux City, and my wife was down at the YMCA, in which she was making an appearance for me.
You were running for
State
political
representative.
office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I called, I said, I got a call. The foreman called me and said, he wanted on the phone. So I got on the phone, and it was Al Hayes. I said, George, I want you to come to Washington. I said, well, President Hayes, you know, he said, listen, I gotta know by tonight. Here's my home number. I said, well, Al, I'm running for state representative. He says, George, the job is open today. So I went home. I left, and the plant, I punched out. And in those days I was working more outside than I was in the plant, which was permitted under our agreement. And found June. He says, oh yes, we're going. Best move I ever made. So
There wasn't a big debate between you
No.
and you saw.
my mother came with us.
Really?
Yeah, my dad had passed away. And my mother came with us. She took care of my wife took care of her for 4 or 5 years until she passed away. But you make those moves without really thinking sometime when you're young. You're challenged, and you know, so it was a move that was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Had you before you were running for state representative? So
Yes.
did you envision yourself as a political?
Yeah, I mean, you know,
As a politician in the
the
long run?
Democrats, I was very involved in the Democratic
Mhm.
Party, and I had no ideas during that period of time that I would go on the staff, and the union people, the different unions in Sioux City said to me, George, we want you to run, so I ran. And when I got the call, then I called my dear friend Harry Smith, the attorney, who was my campaign manager, and I said, you know, Harry, I don't know what to do. He says, George, you got to stay within the union. He says, politically, you could be dead 2 years from now. And I said, you know, I think that's the decision that we're going to make. And I kept it quiet that I was for a week until the primary was over, and I won the primary overwhelming, and then the next day announced that I had been called to go to Washington and therefore was going to give up the seat. But the Democrats gathered, and I had already come to Washington in June. She nominated my friend Jim Wingert, and he went on to get elected to the state legislature. And the night that he was elected, I got a call from them, all in celebration, saying, well, you've been here, and you would have gone to the state legislature. And I sat down and cried.
So you missed out on Iowa, but
Yeah, it was a good move, and I think the 12 years that I had active in the local were really, which taught me an awful lot. It taught me an awful lot about how you treat people, and it was good. June and I did what we thought was right, and it turned out pretty good for us.
so can I ask you how you met?
Oh, yeah.
'Cause somehow you got married in there without me hearing about it.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
Back up a little bit.
Yeah, we were attempting, I got a call one night from, her last name was Dodd, and her husband was a foreman in the plant at Woodcharger. And she called and said, George, we need to be organized. They worked in a plant downtown, and there were about 40 of them. And they made coils that they gave for the radios, and they did it for Zenith, or Woodcharger, where I worked. And So I called John O'Connor, the business agent. I said, John, I got a lead. We're gonna do some organizing. He says, what do you got? I told him. He says, okay. He says, call her back and tell her next Tuesday to come up to the Labor Temple and we'll meet with them. So Tuesday comes and about 10, 15 of them showed up and June was there. So I says, after it's over with, I said to O'Connor, I said, well, did you see that blonde? And he just looked at me and says, hey, we're organizing. So a week later we had another meeting. And they had got all the cards and they brought them to us. And John got up and he says, now, if you'd like, anybody who wants to join us, in those days, we were talking about this last night, in those days, every union hall had a bar next door to it or something, you know, where people went, and it was in a way good too, because that's where people congregated after the meeting.
Right.
And Johnny gets up and he says, join us for a beer. She's like, so June came over with about 10 of them, and John says to me, George, we're on an organizing campaign. No fooling around. He says, we're gonna go, we're gonna sit at the bar, we'll buy him a drink, and that's gonna be it. I says, okay. All of a sudden, something hits me. And I look on the floor, it's a penis. So I waited, got hit again. I said, John, in a little bit, turn around. And he turned around and June was throwing another penis. He says, that blonde. I says, you're kidding. I said, John, I love organizing. I do anything for my union. But she's calling me, John. So I got up and visited with her, and then we won the election. We started dating. We won the election, but the company, the Eisenhower years, the board was against us. The company threatened them the day before the election that if they voted union, they were going to move.
Even then.
Yeah, in the Eisenhower years.
Yeah.
So what happened was we sat down with the company, John and I, and signed an outstanding agreement. Then a month later, they announced they were moving to Yankton, South Dakota, which was about 40 miles away, but in a different state.
Right.
So we were done. Well, June lost her job and got a job at Kraft making marshmallows. And then she lost that job, and we were dating. And my story is that I felt sorry for her, so I married her. But that's that story. That's how we met. The kids love to tell that to people.
That's a good one.
Yeah. And she's been by my side all those years.
So there was a bar next door to the Union.
Yeah. The Embassy Square.
Yeah.
And in those days, people were, how can I say this, very close to each other. I mean, all of us were depression babies. We knew what suffering and being poor was, and we hung around together pretty well. And there was 2 or 3 bars right where the Labor Temple was at. And hell, if I went looking for John if the union wasn't there, hell, there was no cell phones in those days. I just walked across the street and he might be in one of the bars talking to our members.
Yeah.
And so that was.
How did you manage to keep the local together after the strike?
Well, that was.
Because that's hard.
It was a very hard situation simply because the union always gets blamed no matter what. I mean, you never hear a member of ours condemn the company after a situation like this. Notwithstanding the fact that we struck for our rights, we struck because we deserved more money, and we got it for our members. But we were still to blame for the 2 months that they were out. And it was tough. And there was a drop-off. And I'm glad you raised this point, because there was a drop-off after the strike. Because in those years, in a right-to-work state, all you had to do was write a note and send it to the company.
Oh, they
And-
didn't
and
have
they'd
to
stop.
talk to you or
No,
have
they
any-
just, well, they notify us, they had to notify us
Uh-huh.
and give us a copy of the resignation slip. And I think it's probably the same today. So we had a slew of people, maybe, it could have got up maybe a couple hundred. And we just started making house calls.
Just basically started
Yeah, because.
all over
the-
again.
Yeah,
organizing.
and the thing was to, especially with the women, is to be able to visit with the husbands, to let them understand a little bit better what this thing was all about. And it was a chore, and we start, after maybe a year or two, start building up again. But it probably went down to 60%, but never below 50. Because I was the financial secretary. I had the books and I could tell. The company had to give us layoff notices and stuff, so I could tell by that. But that, in the right-to-work state, is tough. And that's why always told our members that are in the union secure states, I said, in a right-to-work state, you have to organize every day.
Yeah.
In a place where you have union security, once you get them, they can't get out anyway. So,
That's a huge difference.
yeah.
So was there a social element aside from the bar? I mean, in other places there are labor
Oh, sure, we had
picnics and
labor picnics. We in those days, my lodge had 2 meetings a month, one at 4 o'clock and one at 8 o'clock.
Huh.
And the one at 4 o'clock was really for the women because they had babysitters and stuff. So they could come to the meeting at 4 o'clock. The union hall was 15 minutes from the plant. And they could come to the union meeting at 4 o'clock meeting, go home, cook and take care of their kids.
Right.
But for them to come to an 8 o'clock meeting is kind of tough. I mean, by the time you gotta get the kids to bed and this type of, so we had 2 meetings a month. And we would have special occasions where we might have pizza in, or when we had election of officers, we always had food and drinks. We had a Christmas party. So yeah, we had those activities, absolutely. And they're really, really important, keeping people together and understanding, or having a better understanding of the trade union movement. So,
Yeah. Labor Day
Labor Day,
parades.
well, we had parades until, I think the last one was about 1961 and 62. And we had good parades. But you know, when we look back at that history, it started fading off. I mean, the real activists, the Depression babies,
Mm-hmm.
as it is today, in too many situations, our people think that either the company gave them what they got without a struggle. Again, the unions get blamed and the company doesn't. So it's a struggle out there. But we used to have some good parades in Sioux City, and across the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do people wear their pins? I mean, you know what? I'm trying to get a description of Sioux City and
Yeah.
like how, in other places we describe this sort of culture of solidarity,
Yeah.
and you talk about it, you know, before the strike, building it up in the local.
Yeah.
But what about in the larger, like when you meet other people? Is there? Would you wear your
Oh yes,
pin and
I'll tell you
people
what,
from
people
other
were good.
unions
Yeah.
would recognize it
We
and
recognize,
acknowledge
yeah.
it and
And
appreciate
by the
it.
way, we used to order those pins quite often because always had them available at the meetings.
Yeah.
And we also gave them to stewards to pass around their departments. And when a steward, when a steward did, then you could tell for about a week or two, the women
Uh-huh.
and the men, they wore their machinist button. And so many incidents, people just say, and I'm proud of it too, you know. But, oh yes. Today, it's not the button, today it's the jackets.
Right.
And the shirts.
Right.
And you don't see the buttons like,
Like
in
you
my
did
time.
then.
Well, we probably couldn't afford the shirts and the jackets.
So, okay. So you get the call after basically meeting him for twice, and somehow you
Well,
made an
the story,
impression.
the story everybody tells, kiddingly, that when he met my wife, he danced with her, and that's why I went to
It was
Washington.
all to you, all to her.
Yeah, he was a very astute, a different type of president than there is today as far as activism is concerned. Al Hayes was a scholar. I mean, everything had to be written, everything. He was strict on how people did things. I'd write those decisions on trials and stuff for him, and boy, he'd look them over. I'll never forget the looks on his face. But probably for two reasons. Bill Fenton, who had a good reputation around the country, who was the Grand Lodge representative in the Midwest and in the Sioux City, Des Moines area, and a dear friend, Johnny Grogan. And Johnny Grogan was a business agent in Dubuque, and in Al Hayes's younger years as a Grand Lodge representative, he serviced Dubuque, and they were very good friends. And for some reason, Johnny and I become good friends, and they really, really liked me. So I think it was a little of that too. I can't say, he's thrilled about what I do and this type of thing in my intellect. It was people telling him that I was a young man and
With a lot of potential.
Yeah.
And you went there, you came to headquarters, and you immediately got, what was your job definition?
My definition was to handle appeals and grievances. And in those years, and I don't think Tom Buffenbarger is even going to have one to go to the convention, because the end result was you had 3 steps, and then they went to the convention every 4 years with appeals and grievances.
Okay.
It was a judicial end of our union, and I would the guy that I replaced retired, Bill Dameron, and Bill was like Al Hayes, very strict, wanted to make, I was a little different. I mean, I didn't write 4 or 5 page decisions. I wrote a page or 2 decisions. And finally Al started getting used to it. But from that, got the good experience of what members think, because members could, under the Constitution, under Article L, could file charges against each other. You could file charges against the local. The trials are held. I had to read the transcript to make sure that everything was done according to the Constitution. And
So
then
where would trials would be held
on the local level.
On the local level.
Or the district level. Or the international president had the right to appoint a special committee. They can ask for a special committee.
For problems. that
Yeah, for
were-
very serious problems, in which the international president would then appoint 3 people to be on the trial committee and to conduct the trial.
So do you remember when you remember your first decision?
I was scared to death.
It seemed like you were
Because
sort of thrown into a very different environment than you'd
It was.
ever
One of the
been.
questions asked, my vice president, Roy C. Miller, who had then become president, Al Hayes said to him, find out from George, and it was at one of these gatherings, can he give dictation? Has he given dictation? Those years, dictation was the big deal.
Right.
I didn't know what the hell dictation was. C. Miller come up to me and says, do you take dictation? I mean, do you give dictation? Did you do that with the secretary? I said, I don't know DeRoy, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I said, whatever it is, I didn't do it. So I had, what was the question?
Your first case, the first
Oh,
decision
yeah.
that you had to.
So I got, yeah, I was very nervous.
Research and
But
investigate.
Bill Dameron, who I found out later, was really in love with my secretary. And she was a beautiful, wonderful person who had never been married. And there was nothing between them. It was just that I could tell, because I'd come to work every morning and she'd say, should we call Bill today? Well, Bill started coming in, and that would make me nervous, because I want to help you, George, and this type of stuff. But the general counsel, Plato Paps, who ended up being a dear brother of mine, he come in my office one night and says, George, I want to tell you something. I want you on this decision, he had the file, you write the decision in your own words, do your own research, don't let Bill get involved. And I did. And thank God I broke away from having to depend on him. And there were like cases of crossing the picket line was the biggest thing, that we'd file charges immediately, or the local would. Malfeasance in office, that type of stuff. And he was the type of general counsel, wrote a lot of labor law, that didn't think that, let me put it this way, that you didn't have to spend time for a 10-page decision when you can do it in 2 or 3 paragraphs, and have the people in the local understand what they're up against, or why you made that decision. And I started getting compliments from around saying, hey, George, I like the way you write. And hell, I didn't graduate from high school. So, but I read a lot of decisions. When I got there, I mean, I was there alone until my family came, and I probably stayed in the office 10 o'clock every night, just reading decisions, trying to put in my own mind. So I did that, and then they assigned me as a liaison person with the National Labor Relations Board, which I would attend meetings and watch the caseload of our cases before the board. And then on occasion I'd go up and visit with whoever was handling, which board member was handling the case, and discuss it with him. But before I get to that point, I always sat down with our general counsel and found out from him exactly what his opinion should be and this type of thing. So I did that, and then Roy Seemiller becomes president, and he calls me in one day, and he says, I want you to call up this Bill Hutton. He's the executive director of the National Council of Senior Citizens. And he wants us to have a representative on the board. And I want you to call him up, and, George, take him out to lunch, see what's involved.
You must have been fairly young at this point.
32. Or 33, someplace in there.
Yeah.
And I went to the office and I said, they're trying to get rid of me. So I called my dear friend Wimpy. I said, Wimp, I get a cold. I said, they're assigning me to the senior citizens. He says, what? I said, yeah. I said, geez, I know nothing about old people. And he says, well, I think, George, if they ain't got nobody else to do it, I guess they're giving it to you. So I called up Bill Hutton and I said, Bill, you and I are supposed to work together. What is it that you need? And he said, well, I need for the machinists to start setting up retiree clubs around the country. And Bill Hutton was a colonel in the British Army. And he was a British war bride.
Huh.
He met his wife Miriam in Geneva when he was stationed there from England. He knew Winston Churchill. He was quite a man. And she brought him to the States. They got married and she brought him to the States. And he went into PR work, and he's quite a newsman. But anyway, he helped me, give me some ideas on developing senior citizen clubs in the union. I went on the board, and you know, I started working with seniors, and I fell in love with it.
Huh.
So I kept that. I mean, several times they asked me, until when I become a vice president, I gave it up because I loved it so much. And several times they said to me, "Well, we'll get somebody else to do it, George." I said, "No, I want, you know, I like this, going to their conferences and stuff." So I did that too. And then when
Did you start setting up retiree clubs
oh yeah,
around the country?
yeah, Matt Demore, who's our secretary treasurer, and I traveled. The first trip we made was from Florida to Illinois to all parts of California, and to organize clubs. And it was the year that Paul Douglas needed help in Illinois, the old grand senator from Illinois.
Mm.
And we went to Illinois to see if we could help him. We were on the road for 4 or 5 weeks organizing clubs, but through the organizing of the clubs, getting them involved in the political campaigns in those states.
Right.
And that was quite a venture, and it was great. And seniors like the idea that their union has not forgotten them. It's very important.
So that was in 1966 that you started that?
66, yeah.
Yeah.
Then Wimpy become executive vice president. No, he become vice president of transportation, and he and I were really. I mean, we just hit it off from the beginning. He taught me a lot, and we rode to work together. We partied together. Our families were together. And he was. I wish you would have got to know him. He was just something that there was no other in the labor movement like him, in my opinion. But worked very closely with him, and then he was moved upstairs as executive vice president. And we brought in somebody else to be vice president of transportation. And I become his, well, in those days we didn't call them AAs, they call them AAs now. But everybody knew that this is the administrative assistant to the international president or to the general vice president. So I took on those responsibilities when Whip came upstairs.
And that was in about when was that?
But let's see, I think I become vice president in 83.
Uh-huh.
This might be around 1980, 81, someplace in there. Yeah.
Great.
So I worked for him and for the international president, and
So
then,
that was a dramatic time in the labor movement right then.
well,
What was your,
for us it was.
And isn't that when the big OPEC, isn't that, or is that a little later? When Wimpy has a big initiative against OPEC, isn't that right?
Yeah, that
in
was
that
the
time?
gas situation.
Mhm.
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the things that he filed suit against OPEC
Right.
about their monopoly of setting prices.
And did you work with him on that? I mean, were you?
Well, not really. Plato Papps, our general counsel, did, and we had
Uh-huh.
outside experts, attorneys that handled that with him, and the biggest thing that came out of that was the surprise of people that you could sue OPEC.
Still
know.
astonishing.
Yeah. And I'll never forget, we were in a car going to, we were a car race enthusiasts,
Mhm.
and finally bought a car and raced a car. And we were going to a race in California, and Bud Melvin, in those days, who handled that for us, brought this attorney, that it was a friend of his, and the attorney turned around to Wimp and he said, "You ought to sue the son of a bitches." And Wimp says, "Hey, what do you think?" He says, "Well, you give me the okay and I'll proceed." And I'll never forget, we got back to Washington, they called Plato Papson, our general counsel. And Wimpy said, "Plato, get ready. We're going to take the big boys on. We're going to file a suit against OPEC."
And he didn't respond.
And Plato looked at him and says, "You can't do that." So, yeah, and, we spent a lot of money on it, but more than anything, it highlighted in this country the monopoly and the power that they have to this day. And yeah, that was one of many things that, and then we organized the Energy Coalition in Washington, and Heather Booth, I don't know if you're familiar with that name, and Barbara Shaler, who finally ended up working for us, become a powerful group around the country. A guy by the name of Brandon took it over at one point. And Wimp really believed that what we were lacking in the Machinists Union, it was the exposure to the outside world. That there were organizations throughout America that would like to be part of a movement, with the movement. You know what I'm saying? And he formed these coalitions. And during that period of time, I can remember many times saying to him, "Wimp, you don't neglect our members." He said, "What do you mean? I'm not neglecting them." Well, I said, every goddamn place we go, not only is our business agent there, but some other group is there to greet you. And sometimes it didn't sit too well with our
the
people,
members?
with our officers and stuff. But he got them across. I mean, he convinced them that was the thing to do, and that was his big deal, is to first reintroduce the Machinists Union, and he wanted that to become also the total labor movement, and that's why Wimp would blast George Meany. I mean, reporters just loved to interview him because he always said things like, "My God, he ought to drop dead," was one of his sayings. It'd be good for the labor movement. Well, nobody was supposed to say that about the king.
No.
And that type of thing, you see. And
Yeah.
so, he really introduced us to the community at large, and they got to meet our people around the country. That was a good thing.
You want to take a break?
We can do that.
Yeah.
What time is it?
It's, say something?
Hello.
Okay. The lines are working, so that's good. So I think we skipped ahead a little bit. I want to go
Yeah.
back to when you first come to headquarters. It's 1964.
Yes.
And you come to work on the internal legal affairs
Yeah.
for the most part. And then and pretty soon you get involved in the Senior Citizens Council, and as the liaison to the NLRB. But so let's talk about those years before we jumped straight to Wimpy.
Okay.
And there's
yeah.
a stretch of time.
Sure.
He comes in, I think, at in 67 as a GVP and then as president in 77.
Yes.
So for the 60s at least, you're still working with
Roy C. Miller
uh-huh. And Smith.
and Smith, yes. Right. And C. Miller was just become president when I came to headquarters.
Uh-huh.
There's a little story on that during the strike that we talked about, this Grand Lodge representative, Floyd Smith, who encouraged people to accept the agreement, I sat down the afternoon after the vote was taken, and I felt so bad that I wrote Al Hayes a letter. And in that letter, I told him how disappointed I was in the Grand Lodge, in the fact that this was a representative of his office.
Yeah.
So I sent that letter. Somebody at headquarters, and I can't say that Al Hayes ever seen it, but somebody sent it, my letter, with a letter to Floyd Smith to have him investigate what I had in the letter. Well, the letter I sent to headquarters was about
It's
Floyd
about
Smith.
him.
So that happened, and from that day on, this guy was out to get me. And
Smith?
Smith. And when I then, several years later, I get the appointment, and I come to Washington. I move my kids. I'm broke. Just enough money to put on a payment on a house. And the convention is held, the Grand Lodge convention, Al Hayes' last, was held in Miami. And this Floyd Smith told C. Miller, who was to become president, that I said that no way would Roy C. Miller, I went back to Washington, to Sioux City, and I told people back there that no way would C. Miller ever become president, because Hayes didn't want him to be president. Well, as a staff person, I wasn't supposed to get my nose in that, and I did not make that comment. This was a way of him getting back to me. So, after the convention, Al Hayes' secretary come to me and said, "Boy, Al is really mad at you." I said, "Why?" And I had been there, just several months. And he says, "Well, something said Floyd Smith, all that," and oh God. So Hayes had a cottage up in Wisconsin, and after the convention, he went up there for a couple of weeks of vacation, and he came back and called me in his office. And I was scared to death. Here I moved my family. I said, "God, they fired me." So he tells me what I was supposedly have said. And he says, he told me that, and then he said, who witnessed this? Well, I said, "Well, John O'Connor was there, and he's the guy I talked to, and I did not say that C. Miller would never become president of this union." He said, "Okay." He said, he was a very stern guy, Al was. He looked at me and said, "Okay, go back to your office. I got to check a few things out." So I go to my office, I call my buddy Plato, and Whippy and I hadn't known each other then. And I said, "Plato, this happened." He said, "Just keep it cool, keep it cool." I said, "What am I going to do? I don't even have money to move my family back, for crying out loud." So what happened was then C. Miller wrote John O'Connor, and he wrote him. They left me hanging for about 2 weeks.
Not knowing
what
really?
So finally I get called in And I said, oh, God.
This is in Washington now,
Yeah.
not up in Hayes's vacation.
But I had got a letter that John O'Connor sent to Al Hayes, really blasting Smith and telling him I'd never mentioned anything like that to him. Thank God. So I called him, and he looks at me and he said, young man, I've checked that story out. Go back to your office. Everything's all right. Wow. Well, I was glad he was going to retire soon. But anyway, then what happened was,
Oh, my goodness.
Seymour got the nod that he was going to run. And right when I found it out, the next time Seymour was in Washington, I grabbed it. I said, well, do me a favor, Roy, and come to my office. I said, Roy, I did make that. I said, George, you're clear. He said, I know what happened. I said, okay. Because he was coming in, and if he still believed it,
Right.
they'd get fired by him. And in those days, they fired. So that's
quite a little bit of drama there for
yeah,
your,
for just being brand new and being there and being young and with 3 kids, you know, and a mother.
right, you moved your mother and your kids to Washington.
Yeah. My sister came with my mother. We flew her in. And then my sister stayed with us until she got married, 4 or 5 years. So in a 3-bedroom home, we were pretty packed.
Cute. A lot of people riding on whether or not you were
Was going to be
gonna get
around.
in trouble there. So you came first with Hayes, but that was only a couple of years, and then
Yeah,
C. Miller.
that was less than a couple of years. No, that was about a year.
Okay.
Because I came in May, and Al Hayes retired a year and a half later. Yeah.
And how did things change when C. Miller came in from in terms
Well,
of
good.
what you were doing?
Roy was, he was Al Hayes was the type of guy that stayed in his office, hated to go out around the country, and you know, he was serving the beginning, I think, of his 4th term. And he abandoned the field just about, I'd say. You know, I mean, he'd go to make speeches, but probably not. And C. Miller, he traveled hardly ever at headquarters, so he really depended on his staff. Because I mean, he went to every corner of this country, and traveled. It was under his administrations the railroad struck, and Lyndon Johnson called him to the White House, and they finally got a blue ribbon committee under the Emergency Act, Congress, and railroaders went back to work, and C. Miller and Lyndon didn't get along too well. And then the airline struck in 1966, and that was a burden for him.
And were you doing
I
backup
wasn't doing
work
much
for
of
that, or
that.
that wasn't your
No,
main? That
no.
wasn't your bailiwick.
The railroad coordinator and his people, and the airline coordinator, his people would handle that stuff. But those were good days with Roy. He understood. He let you do your job, and he expected you to do your job, and he just stayed away from you. Just, you know. So I had a good relationship with him. He served 1 term. That's why he kept saying that he had to get things done, because he only had 1 term. He couldn't run again. In those years, we had a 65 limit.
Oh, because of the age. Got it. So he knew he had it.
Yeah, and C. Miller never graduated from, I don't think he graduated from junior school, and was a railroad mechanic, but I'll tell you, he's a bright guy, and he debated on Walter Cronkite's Half an Hour on CBS when the airlines went on strike.
Uh-huh.
He debated their chief executive and did one hell of a job.
No kidding.
So,
I would
yeah, he was
love to have
good.
a copy of that, huh?
Huh?
Would love to have a copy
Yeah,
of that, a
yeah.
recording of that.
Yeah. It may be someplace, I don't know. But, in those days, we didn't keep as many things as they do today. Thank God.
So you spent most of your time traveling?
I spent.
most of your
Yeah,
time-
and when that began, when Roy became president, then there was an opening on the Machinist Nonpartisan Political League. And I became part of that, and then when Wimpy became, Wimpy became president, then I
Or vice president?
was vice president.
First,
and
yeah.
I went over and become vice chair of the Machinist Nonpartisan Political League.
So he becomes vice president in '67,
Yeah,
and then around the same time you get involved
yeah. More in politics.
more in politics.
Yes.
And so tell me about the Nonpartisan League.
It was organized, I believe, in 1947, after the Taft-Hartley Law was enacted. And specifically to, in the future, be prepared
Mhm.
for,
The next big attack
yes,
on labor.
yeah. And it was made up of, the three vice chairmen was the president, the secretary treasurer and resident vice president, and I chaired the meetings for him. And the league received money from the local lodges, and then we voted on how to dispense the money. And we would, the political director would sit with the committee and go through, and by the way, that's now changed, and go through all the requests, and then a motion was in order to
So
contribute
requests from whom? From
from
campaigns?
politicians. From people.
if local to federal, all?
We, what
What
we
was the
did,
scope of-
because of the law, they would write us and we would take action to make the contribution. So every contribution that was made went through the MMPL Executive Committee first. And then we'd send the check back to the director or the local in which this politician
Right.
lives for him to deliver. I delivered the first machinist check to George McGovern.
No kidding.
See, George grew up and come from Aberdeen, South Dakota, which was about 50, 60 miles from Sioux City.
Uh-huh.
And I get this letter from Jack O'Brien, who was then the executive director of the league, saying to me, please, McGovern's gonna be at this gathering in Yankton, certain time, deliver this check. I think it was less than 1,000. It might have been 500. I took the check and I went to the meeting. And when he came into the room, and I was nervous, young kid, you know, I went in and said, Mr. McGovern, I said, this check I'm presenting to you on behalf of the Machinist Nonpartisan Political League. He says, oh my God, George, that's wonderful. He starts his speech by saying, and they're all farmers in this room, small farm community, taking the check and saying, this is from the Machinist Union, and I am so proud to accept it. I reminded him that many years later.
That's impressive.
You know, I need a drink.
Oh,
I just opened
We
one of
can-
these.
you want me to go get you some ice?
No. Yeah, that's good. So,
Good.
yeah, that was the league, and I.
So did you have vigorous debates about who to?
Oh, yes, and the reason.
And did people come in and give testimony or make,
No, we
make
would
their
get the
case, or you
request.
would get the
We'd get the
requests in
request
writing?
from the local or the business agent or whoever it was.
Mhm.
And the political director would do the research. We had to look at the record, see how this person voted, an idea as to what his chances were.
Right?
I guess that was probably why we only gave George McGovern $500, because when you looked at South Dakota, who would ever believe a Democrat would be elected? You know, what was I saying?
The process.
Yeah.
The research,
And-
the political
yeah,
director would do the research, you'd look at their
He'd tell us,
chances.
and we'd know, you know, is this congressional district mostly Democratic or Republican? We don't wanna send money someplace that it's not gonna be used effectively.
Yep.
On the other hand, we use money to build people too, that if they're a good prospect in the future, notwithstanding the fact they don't have a chance now, it's worth contributing to them to keep them in the spotlight.
Right.
So, and I'll tell you, in those days, they since have changed that system. In those days, there were a lot of debate and a lot of time spent on it. Today, it's still got the three co-chairmen and the executive director, and they just send the props around. I guess that happened under my administration, the change, and each of the members would just vote them. And very seldom had a meeting. Streamline things like
Yeah, yeah.
like you do.
And were there any Republican candidates who actually were pro-labor enough
Sure.
to earn?
Jake Javits,
Of course.
Senator Case from New Jersey. Trying to think.
And was that
Keening from New York.
and was that a debate, or it was clear?
Clear record.
Clear
These
record?
were Republicans that voted for labor
Mhm.
and working people. And we supported them. That's what's missing in the political arena today. You don't have moderates in place. You don't have people in the Republican Party that are all right wing. So that's what's missing in the Republican Party. It'll never be the same unless they start waking up and electing some moderates.
Some moderates. We know there are moderate voters out there. There are moderate Republican voters. Where the moderate Republican leaders are is a different question.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. So you worked on the.
And I traveled for the league. I mean, Don Elliger become our director after Jack O'Brien, and then Bill Holater. And when they couldn't, you know, the calendar gets filled, they'd ask for me to make some appearances for them, and I would. And I attended the COPE meetings of the AFL-CIO. Was not too welcomed by Al Barkin in those days, and
No.
well, the machinists and the CWA and UAW were much more liberal than the other crafts. So there was always this, you know, difficulties around the table.
Were there ever any real standoffs
Well,
that you were involved in?
the McGovern race, and I'll never forget, my office was right next to the executive offices. The executive vice president, the general vice president, and the international president, and then my office. And after the McGovern is nominated in Miami, the following Monday, I come into work, and I peeked in the reception room, and there was George Meany, sitting like this with his cane, waiting for President Smith. to come in. And the purpose of him coming
Huh.
was he knew he couldn't get Red to not endorse McGovern, but he wanted Red to not vote, just abstain.
Ah,
So, which, for whatever reason, Red thought of, he abstained. But we become then the force, the UAW, CWA, the machinists, 2 or 3 other large unions for McGovern. I went to meetings, but one important point was after the executive council met and voted neutrality,
the AFLs.
yeah,
Yeah.
voted neutrality, there was a COPE meeting. And it was probably the most packed meeting I'd ever seen, because everybody was sending their forces there. Because the decision was, how are we, now that the AFL-CIO is taking a no commitment course,
Right.
then what are we gonna do in House and Senate races? Because Meany's big deal was that we're really gonna do the House and the Senate, forget about the presidency. And so the meeting was well packed. And Al Barkin, did you know Al Barkin? Yeah.
Through my father. Yeah.
Yes, Al Barkin, which he was a conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Today he'd be a right winger. But anyway, that's just my opinion. Barkin opened up the meeting and set the guidelines down that we were not to discuss. The executive council has already voted neutrality, and the reason for the meeting was to get mobilized for the House and Senate race. And one speaker after another jumped up and got back to the presidential race, including our Gene Glover. And I was sitting next to Gene, and since he was the secretary-treasurer, he was a spokesman for us. And he got up and wrote a riot act. Then Barkin could tell that he was losing control of the meeting. All of a sudden, the door in the back of the room opens up. And here comes George Meany. Just like this. Silence.
Really.
So it must have took him 30 seconds to get up to the
walk
front.
slowly.
Slowly.
And
Oh, he was sending a
ponderously.
message. To show you the power of the office and the power of him, that was the end of the meeting. He came, and Paul Hall, remember him?
I do indeed.
He was the chairman of the Congressional Senatorial Campaign Committee.
Mm-hmm.
And he was conducting the meeting with Barkin, and he was losing control. Show you how powerful that office is. That was it. George didn't say a word.
He just walked up
Just
to
walked
the
in,
slowly.
didn't say a word. The meeting after a bit was just cut off. Everybody left. George left. Didn't say a word. So,
It's one way to
and
do it,
that's
huh?
history. That's because, although, when you look back, Meany got he got OSHA from Nixon. He got some health stuff from Nixon. And I'll never forget him coming
Yeah.
into my office on right before Labor Day, during the first or second year of Nixon's presidency, probably the first. George, get ready. I said, what's going on? He says, we're all going to the White House on Labor Day. I says, get out of here. He says, no, we are. He said, the council met, Nixon has invited us to have a reception
Huh.
and ceremonies on Labor Day at the White House. He says, now come on, you're just kidding. I said, I'm not kidding. He says, George, we gotta go in. It's an invitation from the president. So they had these big bleachers around probably what they call the Rose Garden now, I don't know.
Uh-huh.
And where we sat, and each union was allowed to send, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 people, in which we did. And then Nixon met with George Meany and Wimp and the consul in the White House, and then they all came out and paraded to the front of the stage. And the majority of us were wondering what the hell we were doing there.
Oh, boy, that's really something. So after that meeting that Mimi shut down, did people sort of go around in different channels to
Well,
work,
it was
to work
complete-
together for McGovern?
Oh, sure, we formed the committee, the labor committee for McGovern.
Right.
The rubber workers, there's about 7 or 8 unions. Red Smith, our president, was co-chair with Joe Byrne.
Okay.
Remember Joe Byrne was CWA guy?
Yes.
Was it Joe or was it Watts?
McGovern.
I think it was, maybe Watts. No, yeah, maybe Watts. Anyway, UAW, we had a good force. And I'll tell you, Wimp went on the road and I think he was gone. I remember picking him up at the airport several times, that he was gone for about 5 weeks. Constantly they went around. Pat Greathouse from the UAW, I don't know if you remember him. He was their vice president in charge of politics. He and Wimp had a team going around. I attended meetings in Washington, and I'll never forget one meeting. Red Smith walked in, and Red was president, chairman of McGovern's committee for aerospace, because we were the biggest union in aerospace. They come in one afternoon, he says, "George, I want you to go to this meeting this evening over at the IUE. He says, "McGovern's people are gonna make a presentation in reference to aerospace." I said, "Okay." So I went, and that was an honor. I got to sit where they had a huge table in there where all the CIO people sat before the merger. Their console room on 16th Street. They don't no longer have it, but it was a beautiful room. But anyway, Joe Raw, remember him as an attorney, a liberal attorney?
That name sounds
His
familiar.
partner was there, and his partner was working with this committee of ours, from McGovern for aerospace. And they start talking, and the meeting was made up in those days, I said, of a bunch of young kids that don't know what the hell they're thinking about. Because they were talking about cutting back on defense, cutting back on aerospace here and aerospace there. So the meeting went on for about 15, 20 minutes, and they were gonna do this, and they could convince the American public that we don't need, where's my hand? I said, the type of platform that you're all talking about that you want McGovern to talk about out in the sun. I said, I'll tell you what's gonna happen. You're gonna lose California. You're gonna lose Washington State. You're gonna lose Georgia. You're gonna lose all those states that got defense.
That depend on that industry.
Depend on the industry. And I says, I can't defend that position. And then they start talking, and the whole thing was that they were young folks, they were enthusiastic.
These are McGovern
people, and I loved them, but they didn't, when it comes to politics, you better look and see where the votes are at. And you want to do some of these things, announce them after you become president, not before. So that was quite a meeting then, and
Did they listen?
yeah, when they went back to work with the attorney, Joe Rose. I'm trying to think of his brother. He just died. His name. But anyway, they come back with something, and I took it into red. He looked it over very carefully. Our research department did, and we passed on it. But it was going to be wild. I mean, they were going to. Our people could never agree
Support
to
any
something
of
like
their
that.
original proposals, huh?
And McGovern had sort of his name's sort of bad among the community that were conservative or even social democrats, that in those days, that they wondered about him.
Well, and so much of it had to do with the war.
Absolutely. And at that time, you know, that's why that's why Meany would not support McGovern. Of course, he brought in the gays and all of that stuff too, which, thank God, it's different in today's world than it was then. Meany was a very, very powerful president. Very powerful, because he knew how to control the international presidents. Al Hayes was the ethics committee chairman of the AFL-CIO that kicked out the Teamsters. And I was chairman of the AFL-CIO in Sioux City. I went to conduct the meeting one night. Two guys were there from Chicago. They told me they had been sent in by George Meany, that if we didn't kick the Teamsters and the bakery workers out of the Woodbury County Labor Council, that they were there to pick up the charter. And I said, I want to tell you something. I said, you can pick up the charter. And thank God, Jim Hilsinger, who was a packing house worker, raised his hand and said, George, we can't do that. And the Teamster said to me, George, we'd like to stay in the council, but we don't want to disrupt it. It was good. But he was, and it was, and Baker.
That's a serious level of enforcement.
Oh, yes. I mean, well, in those days, they, you know, with Al Hayes recommended they be kicked out. Teamsters looked at me and said, it's your boss that got us kicked out. But that was one of the things Al Hayes did. We probably should have talked about that earlier. That was he and Meany were very close, and he was so clean, I guess, I don't know, whatever, that he just, you know.
So Meany appointed him to the ethics committee?
Which voted to kick the Teamsters out when Jimmy Hoffa was president.
And then local councils would not have necessarily
not.
followed that at all, but unless
no,
he sent.
under the charter, once the AFL-CIO kicked them out, then all of the labor councils, the AFL-CIO labor councils, had to kick out the Teamsters and the bakers in their bodies. Oh yeah, they, like I say, they sent two guys to the city.
Right.
Ed Hayes Hayes or something was one. I'll never forget. He was crippled with arthritis. I don't know how I would remember this stuff.
So Nixon comes in, you're in headquarters, Wimpy's general vice president, and how, were they involved in, were they as surprised as you were about this Labor Day confab?
Oh, with Nixon's invitation?
Yeah. How did that happen? Do you know anything about that?
Well, I'm sure it was a deal between Nixon and Meany. I'm sure that Nixon,
Yes, I'm sure it was.
they were very close, and, you know, what the hell? CIA ran the International Affairs Department of the AFL-CIO for years. You know, that's where the money came for our stuff all over. Continued under Lane Kirkland.
Yeah, yeah. And was that anything you were involved? That was part of your
No.
purview?
Not my responsibilities, no. Just, you know, just discussions that we would have.
So when Smith becomes president, he's the same, that's the same person who had been mad at you.
No. Smith that was mad at me was the Grand Lodge representative. Floyd Smith, same name.
Oh.
That brings up something very...
Okay, I was so worried about that. Okay.
Oh, no.
It's not,
No
that
relation.
makes much more sense. Okay.
No relation.
Got it.
And I'll never forget this. I get a telephone call from somebody about Floyd Smith, the GLR, the Grand Lodge representative.
Right.
And I'm saying on the phone, that son of a bitch, Floyd Smith. And Floyd Smith came by the office. And he was a huge guy.
Really?
And he stopped. And he came in, I hung up, he came in, He says, I know who you were talking about, George.
Oh, good, okay. So when he came in after C. Miller, what changed? From in your
First of
part
all,
of the organization?
he was a good field operation man. I mean, he was a great vice president of the Great Lakes Territory, organizing, all of that. He, first of all, right after he took office, he became sick. He had emphysema and he couldn't smoke. I mean, he couldn't stop smoking.
Mm.
And it was really bad. And so therefore he couldn't travel as much as international. Wimpy put us on the map simply because people want to see the international president.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be able to touch him. I mean, maybe it sounds a little silly, but it's not. I mean, in all the years I traveled as international president, I never had one bad incident with a member.
Huh.
Because they respect you.
Right.
And because Red couldn't get out as
Because
much
of
as
his
he should.
health.
Yeah, he wasn't known. So he ended up with 2 real bad conventions.
So he wasn't known either to the members or to the larger.
Well, he probably was known
Community.
in the Washington area as far as the AVL-CIO is concerned, more so,
Uh-huh.
because he stayed, he made those meetings. And he become a member of the Democratic National Committee, on the executive board, and he was a good man. He just, because of his illness, he had some problems, and with Donnie you can explore this a little bit more too. Don worked for him directly.
Right.
I did for 8 years, and we had our ups and downs, but I liked him very much. Because again, his illness, it was tough for him to really build around the country. That was left to Wimpy.
Well, he was GVP at the time, and so he did
Yeah,
the
so he had to
field.
do the running around or meet with the press.
Mhm.
Red didn't want to talk to the press.
And why? Do you think that was personality or actual philosophy of how to run a union?
I've often thought about that, and I think a lot of it was that a little insecure, enough to keep him away from the press.
Mm.
And it was easy for him to get a call, maybe from your father, and say to Margaret, his secretary, tell Wimp.
Huh.
Give me? No. Let him answer it. So very seldom was he quoted. But again, I gotta go back to, as far as running a headquarters, as far when he was a vice president, as far as his administrative duties, they were excellent. He knew the union, he knew what had to be done out there, but he wasn't a people's person.
Right. And he had somebody there who was ready
Yeah, and he depended on Wimp.
and able.
Which at times caused a little problem because he would envy the fact
that he got all the attention.
that Wimp got the attention in the papers.
Yeah.
Well, the reason he did simply was because Red wasn't there to do that. And that would be the only place where I would fault him. I had a wonderful relationship with him. We argued at times, but he was a good man. And he did well. He did well on the Democratic Executive Committee. God, he hated to go to leave.
He hated which?
To leave town.
Oh.
Yeah. And I think a lot of that is the fact that he just didn't. I can remember picking him up at the airport one time. Grabbed his suitcase. He looked at me and he said, "Man, I just don't know how long I can take this." And so did well. He treated me well.
Which is important.
Yeah.
And then, so, Wimpy gets elected, and does your position change? Does your job change?
Yeah, more responsibilities. Wim traveled a lot. I handled, a multitude of things for him.
Actually, you handled a lot of things for him when he was still General Vice President?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I did almost all his letters, referrals, all of that. And boy, he could write. He was a high school dropout that was brilliant. But yeah, whatever. He'd pop in. I remember one time he popped in and threw his speech at me, and he says, "I'm having Maria. She's going to change your airline tickets. You're speaking at a dinner tonight in Little Rock, Arkansas." I said, "You're kidding." I called June up and said, "I'll see you tomorrow." But he put our union on the map, and our members liked it, excepting there were times where some thought he paid more attention to the outside world than he did with them. That wasn't, excuse me, it wasn't really the case. He just did an outstanding job, and he could have used another 4 years.
I'm sure. Do you think there was a lot of tension in the union? I mean, it had to be a conservative faction of people who didn't think it was the role of the machinists to be involved in every political, every national political fight, and putting yourself on the map is a two-edged sword in a way.
There was some of that, but he was showing really respect. I remember one time that he made a statement in reference that we were spending too much money on defense. That was one of his big deals. And that didn't necessarily mean more jobs, and especially more jobs in the future. Someone's right. He made a statement someplace in reference to McDonnell Douglas. And something in the military end of it that they got a contract for. And he blasted that. And I remember him coming into my office and showing me the letter from the president, directing business representative of the district. Now, the district was a big district. Probably had 8,000-10,000 people in it in St. Louis. And it told him, very plainly, "Wimp, you're wrong, you're destroying our jobs," this type of thing. He picked up the phone. He says, "When is your next meeting?"
He called the person who'd written him the letter.
The director. And he says, "Such and such a, I will be there." And he went.
Huh.
And he took him. When he left that meeting, the delegates stood up and applauded.
And had he changed his position, or he had
He
convinced
made
them?
the explanation as to what that statement was all about. And again, getting back to rebuilding America.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's all there. I mean, things would be different today. I mean, what he said was happening. We didn't train anybody. You can't find in today's world someplace that's training somebody to do something. in our field. We don't have an apprenticeship program any longer. We used to have the best apprenticeship program ever. That was all taken away from us.
Why?
Federal funding. So a lot of the things Wimp said during those years, nobody listened to,
Yeah.
including the AFL-CIO. And that's why he constantly hammered in that area, about them changing the fact that we didn't need an 80-year-old man running the movement. Hell, I'm gonna be 80 pretty soon. I couldn't run nothing. It's a new face. More importantly, a new face.
Mm-hmm.
Show the world that we had somebody else. And that's what, and we can get into this later, my opposition to Lane Kirkland, and that's a big story. When we dethroned him.
Mm-hmm.
And he and I ended up being close friends.
After that?
After that.
Really? No kidding?
Before and after.
Huh. Well, let's.
You want me getting that now? No.
No, I want to keep to my
I
current.
just may forget.
I'm going to ask you about Lane Kirkland later. So we're on this. We're still in the era of. In the 1970s and early 80s,
Yeah.
before you become the general vice president, when you're still
Yeah.
working at headquarters, first with Smith and then with Wimpy. Are there other dramatic moments that we're missing here?
Well, there was one when, and it was kind of a deal in which shouldn't have happened, but it did. Wimp and Red were having a little dispute about the International Executive Board always had to approve if a district increased its staff, business representatives.
Okay.
So Wimp comes into my office and says to me, he was leaving for Japan that evening. And he said, now, he says, put this prop out over my signature. And that is to give his district in Cleveland an additional business agent, and to give another district, which I now forget the name of, in another district, an additional one. But he said, in the prop, you say that both have to be approved or none are approved. Red's out of the office, so I do the prop. It goes out to the council. And people approved it. Council approved it. And, trying to think, yeah, they approved it. And one morning, Red calls me. He's got a couple staff people in there. George Coolan was one. And I sat down. I thought we were going to have a BS session. He looked at me and he says, who told you to put this prop on? I said, oh, Jesus. I said, you know, Red, I wouldn't do it unless Wimp told me to do it. Damn it, he said. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. And he really read me down. So I said, okay, done. I walked out of the room. About, half an hour later, he come in. A different man. He says, I'm going to lunch because we used to go to lunch a lot. And he was always there, so I really went to lunch a lot. So, it is sure. Well, a couple of days later, on his way back from Japan, Wimp's called, and he said, how'd the prop go? So I told him the story. Okay, he said, I'll be in the morning. Geez, he come in and he walked in the Red's office and then we had it out. And it just shows that sometimes you get your signals mixed. also showed a little bit about the fact that Red, and again, I referred to Red's illness, the tension between the two of them gives a little jealousy on Red's part. Wimp's a younger man as well.
And he's
Yeah.
getting a lot of things.
Yeah. Again, you know, I don't know if it's something I should be talking there, but it's something that happened, and it's,
Mhm.
they're both good men. But that, you know, that's one of.
So, should you have asked Smith before you wrote that proposition?
You know, I can't.
Right? I mean, Wimp is the vice president.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I'm,
I'm working. You know,
It's an
you raise a
interesting
point.
power
You raise
dynamic, I
a good
guess.
point. And maybe what I should have done, thinking now, is have gone into Red and said, this is what Whippy wanted done. But I got a direct order from Wimp. Had I told Red and Red said no, then I guess I would have got it from Wimp. I don't know. You're probably right. You know, thinking back now,
well,
maybe
you
I
know, it
should've.
really makes me wonder how much power Wimp had at the time. I mean, it seems like that's a time of,
Well, Wimp had the power
yeah.
because he knew that Red, in the long run, was a teddy bear. And I say that with affection. I mean, like I said, he'd chew me out, he'd be in my office 15 minutes later like nothing happened. And it happened in this instance.
Yeah.
Let's go to lunch.
Which is a great working relationship.
Yeah. And so, you know, there were tension between them,
Mm-hmm.
but Red was all right.
So, the next phase is Wimp getting elected to be president.
Yeah.
You wanna save
Which,
that for
yeah.
after lunch, or you wanna?
What time is it?
I think it's 11:30?
What do you want to do? What time lunch is noon?
It's noon, yeah. Got a little more time.
All right. Where are we at? Can I take it too long here?
Not at all. I think we're good. You're still in headquarters, and there's gonna be a new president.
Yeah. I think just about everybody knew that was Wimp's spot. I mean, there was no. But let me go back, because I think it gives a better clarification about Wimp, that how he got on the council as a vice president in the first place.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk about who was going to succeed an opening that we had. And the talk was either Paul Bernski or Wimp. Paul Bernski was very close to Roy C. Miller. C. Miller brought him to Washington. He worked for C. Miller in the Chicago office. So most people would be betting on Paul. Paul
Okay.
was a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Wimp and Wimp would keep me posted on what was happening. And riding into work that day, he says, well, today's the day. And I'll say this, that had it not happened, he would have been just as happy and waited for another time. But what happened was that Matt Demore, who comes from Cleveland, was Secretary Treasurer.
Oh, okay.
And for what reason, he and Wimp didn't get along too well. And it'll go back to later on in our discussion about Phil Zanella and the whole Cleveland type of thing. So Matt Demore goes into C. Miller's office that very morning, the day that the executive council was to meet. And he says to C. Miller, I got a deal. He said, I'll go for your guy, meaning Paul Bernski.
Uh-huh.
If you commit, Wimpy gets the next spot. And C. Miller looked at him and said, no way, I got the votes. Walked out. Council meeting starts, it's put up, Wimp wins.
Huh.
That day, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I happened to come out of my office and the drinking fountain was right there. I could see everybody that took a drink during the day. And Wimp, I was taking a drink out of the fountain, and Wimp comes out of the executive council room. And he winks at me. He said it happened. I didn't say nothing. About 4 o'clock, Paul comes into my office. And he says, let's go have a drink. And there was another guy from the airlines that was with us. And he says, well, George. And Paul, by the way, at 92 is still alive.
No
I
kidding.
see him every once in a while. It's
Huh.
good. He says, your guy got it. I said, well, Paul, you know, wasn't my guy, but what are you going to say? He said, nothing. He said, I'll talk to him tomorrow. He went into Wimp's office. Well, maybe Wimp went to his office. And they embraced.
And they work together.
Yeah. But had C. Miller said
Yes.
to Demore,
Right.
you got a deal, Demore would have voted for Paul.
And that would have been
tipped
enough?
us. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
It was pretty divided. And that would have been, so that story is important, just because you never know in our union. I mean, Demore could have said, okay, Whip gets the next spot. But the next spot might be 4 or 8 years away.
Right.
And it could be completely different.
Huh.
So it was important for Wimp to get that spot at that time.
That's amazing. Huh. So, the civil rights movement is going on during this period. Did that?
Wimp and myself were, of course, very, very liberal. The union sort of divided. We didn't participate on the international level on the March on Washington, though Martin Luther King gave a speech. It was sort of like the George Meany line. I mean, in my opinion, Meany should have been, and we thought then, Wimp thought then, should have been making one of the speeches at that, not Walter Reuther.
Right.
So, even within our own ranks, you know, I went down to speak to a local lodge, either in Alabama or Mississippi, where we had shipbuilding. And they had 2 meetings.
The black and white?
That's right.
No kidding.
So it took us a while. Now the example I give you there was probably towards the end of it. Because The International started in the late 50s and early 60s to work with those lodges in the South that still continue to discriminate.
So
But
most southern lodges would have two separate.
some of them, and,
Locals,
you know,
basically?
locals, some of them.
Mm-hmm.
Blacks were scared of the whites, especially in industrial plants, fearing losing their jobs and stuff. But,
So international, like Grand Lodge.
well, the
reps,
way
how would it work, do you think, that the international would influence them?
by having a strong, good representative going down there and getting the people together and talking sense.
What did you do when you arrived and there were two separate
I was stunned.
meetings?
And and I can't right now remember exactly what transpired.
Hmm.
I know that they had two meetings that day, and one was black and one was white, as I could see it, and that was either Mississippi or Alabama. But we start cleaning it up. But discrimination doesn't go away tomorrow. I mean, you talk to somebody, they ain't gonna change their mind for tomorrow.
It's a process.
It takes a process. It takes a long time. And we had in our Constitution that you should only propose for the membership a white person, up until the late 40s,
A white person for membership?
for membership. They broke it. There were lodges around the country that, of course, had black people.
Right.
But it was in the Constitution. It wasn't taken out of the Constitution, I believe, probably maybe 1948,
Huh.
and debated on the floor of the convention.
So you have this history to work against.
Yeah, and it takes generations. My father, just a short story. We had a grocery store. Did I tell you this about the grocery? I did yesterday. About the grocery store when this black woman was in there buying groceries.
No. You must have told somebody else here. That's the
Okay.
trouble. We got too many stories going on here.
My dad was in one of the small grocery stores. This black woman, Holmes was her last name, come in, bought some groceries, and Lawrence Gentile, I'll never forget that name, was the owner. And the black lady paid, walked out the door, and Lawrence looked at my dad and said, my dad said, coming from the packet house, said, Lawrence, you'll never see me in here again. And we never went into that grocery store again.
Really?
But it was there. And I was a teenager, probably a little younger teenager.
How do you think
So-
he came by his commitment
My dad,
to equality? Because that's
Hardship.
a fairly strong
Hardship.
stand.
hardship, he suffered a lot. Hardship, and then seeing, working next to somebody 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, living next to him.
Mhm.
In our backyard was a black family. And my dad would send me over to Daniels, was their name. The one boy become a all-state football player. But anyway, they lived in the back, they had a nice big porch. And I can remember myself being sent back there to take a nap with the Daniel kids. So there was no discrimination in that area. There wasn't. And I didn't know how to discriminate. But when I went to junior school and high school, which was in a separate part of town, then I could see it. Because a lot of the black kids just roamed together. So I think hardship and being poor and the fact that they suffer like you do.
Right. Pretty straightforward. The other thing that's going on in that period is women are starting to,
Well, my first station was you know, 2/3 of the women in my plant, 2/3 of the people in my plant were women.
In your first strike, yep.
Yeah. So, well, you know, I do I guess because
Did they have any issues with being discriminated against as women at that plant by the company? Or that's
Sure,
not something
sure.
that was part of
There
your?
would be some, there would be some. I would hear the, you know, damn it, he discriminated against me, the foreman. No such thing as a woman foreman in the plant, all men. We big macho men over women on an assembly line.
Mm-hmm.
We carried a lot of grievances, maybe we would, piecework, and time study guy. I become a time study guy for a period of time. For the union, under the contract, we had the right to, under a disagreement, I'd check out, go to that machine and time the person for our side of the story.
Got it, yeah.
But I would say that there was probably a lot, as I look back, a lot of bad stuff happening to women in those plants. The grabbing, the way they talked. And, it's a terrible thing, but to look back into the shop in those days, it was a terrible thing that was happening. But nobody, nobody said, well, you shouldn't say that to her. Or keep your damn hands off of her.
Right.
And the thing is that when a woman protested, we'd go into the front office and the company wouldn't side with her anyway. So, it was, women had it tough. They had it tough. But I guess maybe that's one of the reasons that I had a good reputation in the plant, the way I treated them and carried their grievances.
Mm-hmm.
And would sit down and visit with them. They had a terrible situation once when this woman, she's a winder with big armatures, sweat a lot, had terrible urine. And not only that, her daughter and I were friends. So they come to me, the women, and said, you gotta do something about it. And in those days, we didn't have health and safety and all of that stuff that you have today.
Right.
Her name was Vivian. And I went back there a couple of times and it was pretty bad.
It was a dangerous,
Yeah,
an
bad.
accident waiting to happen situation.
So I got with her off the property. And I said, let's just have a nice conversation. This is what's happening. The people around you love you, but they can't stand being by you. She told me she didn't really realize that she had that smell.
Huh.
It was corrected. I forget now how it was corrected, but I sat her down.
Huh?
And God, I can remember her writing me letters, but a foreman probably would have just handled it completely different. Embarrassed her and
Right.
yeah, but yeah, women didn't have it that well, and I'm sure it's changed in today's workforce. At least I hope.
Well, there's more of an awareness that you need to watch out for problems.
Yeah, and
And it's so interesting what, people will accept without speaking up when it's accepted by everyone
Yeah.
in the plant.
Well, when it gets to the place where you got everybody around you hating you, as was this situation, it was just bad, And when that was cleared up, she just become one of them.
Yes.
So, but and the work, they expected women to work just as hard as men. And lifting, I can remember big shads like this, women picking them up. I could hardly pick them up, because I was a skinny little thing anyway. So that was, this was a turning point. It was years later though. We're talking about the late 50s and early 60s. It's still a little bit more time before women had
Right.
some form of being not discriminated against, And and I think within our union that health and safety became a very important issue. We set up under Wimpy set up a health and safety department, and Charlie Bradford headed it up for a number of years, and Mike, heads it up now, and that was a great help to women in the factories.
The health and safety
Yeah,
part of the
sure.
IAM.
And we do well on that, something to be proud of. They hold classes here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, there's a huge program. That's very impressive. I think we should take a break, and we'll
Okay.
start back after lunch with you becoming
Yeah.
General Vice
Are
President.
we,
Yes.
is it within your time schedule?
So we're back.
Okay.
And I think we kind of left off when you're in headquarters, and it's going to be 1977, and Wimpy Singer's going to take over as
Yes.
president. So
He, to start that off, he said to me, give a memorandum to the staff that we'll have a meeting at 12 o'clock midnight in the council room of all the directors to start. And so I went around, made sure, I said, everybody be prepared to come to work at midnight on the 1st.
that's when the
Well,
term starts, is midnight on the 1st of January?
Yes. And they just looked at me, laughed, said, what is this, a joke? Are we all gonna get drunk? And I said, all I can tell you, I would be there at 12 o'clock. And they were. And he started off the meeting, he said, this union is changing. And he said, if you have to make a decision, you make it. And if it's one that goes left or right, always take the left. And, and that type of thing. It was a good meeting, lasted about 45 minutes, about what he foresaw as the future. That we had a lot of work to do, that there'd be a lot of changes, and there were. So we started off his term on a very, very encouraging note. It was really great.
People were okay with coming in on New Year's?
Well, after they found out it was not a joke, and they found out that there was a purpose for that the union was changing.
It's a dramatic way to make an announcement,
Absolutely.
right?
And it worked well. And he went to work, looking around, he hired additional people,
Now, when he said if you need to make a decision, make it, did he mean I expect more autonomy?
well, if you
From-
don't be, first of all, scared to make a decision. And when you do, try to make sure it's on the left, meaning the left wing. And if there is an error, the decision that you make, it always can be changed. Don't be scared to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was a good feeling that, department heads had the opportunity to make decisions without having to continually run to him. So it was a good start, and it was a flying start, and it was a new era. It was different. The membership had to understand there was a difference.
So what are some of the first things you did to help make that happen, make that a reality,
Well,
make the new era?
I, um, I would, being his executive assistant, and at that time, we had the titles, made a difference, working closely with all the departments. They could come to me if they couldn't get hold of Wimp, because Wimp was gonna be spending an awful lot of time out, and there were decisions to make, and we made them in accordance with, what he told us. So it was an exciting start. And like I said, he did a lot of press conferences and went into communities and brought into the union different coalitions.
You mean brought the union to different coalitions of
yeah.
larger,
Yeah.
in part of the larger labor movement?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
What,
So,
in particular, what coalitions were you?
well, as we discussed, the whole energy situation was,
What was at the top of the agenda when he first came in, when you first?
I think that the top of the agenda was to begin to change the way we are. That things would be, we were always known prior to that time as sort of a conservative union. And that was the beginning of becoming a very liberal union by the time he left office. 3 terms, and there was a difference. It was a different union when he left, and everybody did their thing and did it well. And he did a lot of traveling. He knew that he had to be out there, and he was out there both for coalitions and for our own membership. We've probably in ways become more political. We were political before, but probably more so. On the international level, we became very, very active in the International Metal Workers, which was an officer, and he went to conferences over the world, and they seen, our friends overseas seen the difference in the union.
And they probably appreciated it.
Oh yes, he was very popular internationally.
And is the question how much of the home base appreciated it?
At the
There
beginning,
was
wondering,
a long history of a
yeah.
solid fairly conservative.
Probably at the beginning, worried a little bit, wondering where this would lead us. But as the months went on, and he traveled all over and very blunt with the membership, he brought them across. They were there. And, a good example of what he did in St. Louis. And as far as companies and negotiations were concerned, it just took them on. But in those days there was work, so you could take them on.
So it was possible to
Yeah.
take a stand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
And of course, he spoke out on all different types of issues, sometimes differing with the AFL-CIO. We decided to open up doors to Russia, to the communistic end of the world, and he went to Russia. And in those days, it was more or less the thing to do was, if you're going to make foreign travel, and especially to a socialist or communist government, that you call George Meany up or Lane Kirkland and say, listen, do you have any objections
Really?
to me traveling to Russia? He called up, I think the first time was with Meany, and just said, I just want you to know I'll be traveling overseas and I'm going to stop in Moscow. And it wasn't asking permission, it was
Right.
telling him, this is what I'm gonna do. So, we made a trip to, I didn't go on the first trip to Russia. He did, opened up some doors, came back, of course, had a press conference and talked about the fact that notwithstanding that they were communistic, that workers had to talk to each other and it was important that we keep our door open. And then China. And I went with him on the trip to China. And we toured China and met with the so-called labor unions there. And, you know, the same thing, that our door is open. We intended to sponsor both some Russians and some Chinese so-called labor leaders to come to America, and which we did. And then on the third time overseas, in the communistic end of it, we went back to Russia, and I went with him there. And, you know, people thought that Wimpy, yeah, he's probably a communist too, but that wasn't the case. He did not believe in their system of government. He did not believe that that was the way for workers to go. But he believed that the door would be open, and the only way that we could change them was to make sure that we had the opportunity to communicate.
Okay.
But I'll never forget, we stayed in Russia about close to 2 weeks. And, you know, they had assigned secret police to be with us at all times. How you turn around, they're right there watching you, you know. And the night before, we had a large dinner and sat around, and the president of the labor movement in Russia got up and thanked Wimp and the delegation for being there, and how they were opening up the doors, and Wimp got up and gave a toast, which was very impressive, and it would warm your heart that workers all over the world are the same, and we got to be able to get along with each other, notwithstanding what the former government is. We disagree, but we still have to keep that door open. But as we got on the plane that day, we were over on the first class section, and you could see the door. And when the door slammed shut, he turned around to me and said, "Thank God we're going home." Which, you know, you say to yourself, well, if this guy was a communist, he wouldn't want to get home so fast. But he did that. An important trip that we made at the beginning of his term was to tour the Scandinavian countries and Germany. And the purpose of that, he always had in mind, notwithstanding the fact that he was a high school dropout, that he deeply, deeply believed in education. And he thought that one thing that Americans did not have, the American labor unions, outside of the UAW and a little bit of it at the steelworkers, was a union facility to train and to educate our members. And the purpose of the trip to the Scandinavian countries, and we went to all of them, and then to Germany, was to look at their educational places. And we went and visited each of them and spent a day or two there, in which we went over what they teach and how they do it, and who comes to the schools. And when we left there, he turned around to me and he says, "George, we are going to have an educational center." So we got back, and about maybe 3 or 4 months later, he put out the word, we're looking for some place where we can build an educational center. And Ed Garvey, who was then the executive assistant of the Football Players Association, they were in our building, and Wimp gave them really birth. I mean, they paid no rent, they didn't have any money.
Really?
And we were the ones that really started that union, supported it, the only labor organization at the beginning. So Ed Garvey comes running into my office one day. He knew Wimp was looking for an educational deal. He was looking for a place where they could send some of the children football players to camp.
Hmm.
So he comes running into my office and says, I found the place, I found the place. I says, where's that? He said, he said, class at Harbor. I said, well, where the hell's class at Harbor? So he told me. And I said, he said, boy, he said, just think, we can share it. You know, he says, we'll do half and half. Well, he didn't have a penny to go do half and half. So he leaves, and when I had a chance to get into WIMP, I said to him, Garvey found the place, and I think you probably should look at it. It's owned by the Food and Commercial Workers Union, and they had made they had brought a director on the property, and he wasn't really paying attention to the school, and there were parties and stuff like that. And Houseworth, I think his name or whatever, was president then in those years.
Hmm.
And in fact, he died on the property here. He got sick, and he spent his last days here. Wanted to get rid of the property. So Wimp and Gene Glover, our secretary-treasurer, come down here. And Wimp took one look, and he said, that's the spot.
Really?
Yeah, that's the spot. And called up Food and Commercial and said, we'd like to sit down, your property's for sale, and want to discuss it with you and see if we can get a deal. And they made the deal. And it was probably the happiest time of his life. He really understood the need for workers to be trained as negotiators and editors and whatever, so we could compete.
So was he involved in the early planning?
Of the building?
Of the,
Yeah.
or
Gene.
the curriculum, I guess the
Oh,
curriculum and the
yeah,
building
well,
were planned at the
there
same
was
time.
yeah,
That's what
you know,
Don was telling me.
Yeah, there was a man, I can't remember his name now, who, Bob Klasky, who was Bob was our communications director. He had done some work for us about how we can get the TV stations, the networks, to pay more attention on the good side of labor than only publicizing the strikes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And had done a good job there, and Bob became acquainted with him, and he told him about the educational center here that we were going to have. So Wimp hired him for a period of a month or so, in which he set up the subjects and the layout, and they sat down, discussed who would come to the first school, and that. And right soon thereafter, Don Morton was brought on
Yeah.
to be the education director of the harbor here, and so you know, we went to work, and it was a lot of hard work, and the architect had to come down.
Were you involved in it?
At times,
Yeah.
you know, Wimp and I would talk, but not that I was on top of it. It was his baby, and he pretty well stayed on top of it.
Really?
But he had Bob Kolaski helping, and Charlie Crown, who was then head of our education department, and poor Charlie was threatened by this, because he was doing we used to call them at the different universities. We used to labor short courses
Ah, right.
at the different Wisconsin and all over the country. And I remember him coming in one day and saying, "What's going to happen to us?" I said, "What do you mean us?" And I said, "You're going to be folded into the program at the harbor." Gene Glover handled the building, the first part, the old part, and I think Don Morton, no, it was after Don had become a vice president or my executive assistant. Yeah, okay, but it took about. He was so in a hurry to get it started that we couldn't house our students. And the first class we brought in was the executive assistants of all the vice presidents and their top aides, department heads at headquarters. and they stayed at a hotel in,
Down the road?
down the
Yeah.
road here, I forget the name of the city, Lexington.
Lexington.
Yeah, and I stayed there too, and the training began.
Did you come to the first class?
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. And then they started erecting the building, the old part, and dedicated it, and then we found out we needed a second part. So, but this was, of course, his jewel. He believed so deeply in it. And
And
we
how
held.
much of it was really based on what you saw in Scandinavia? Because that was the trip you were on.
Yeah, a lot of it.
Yeah.
A lot of it, accepting in those so-called socialist countries, but they're, democracy probably better than ours. They got the companies to pay for it in a lot of cases, and they would continue to keep the employees on the payroll, and the stewards and stuff would go to the educational center for training. A lot of it. We met with the teachers, we met with the people who run that particular school, talked to the students, which Wimp just loved. They sit around a table and have discussions and compare them. And that also did another thing. By making that trip, then the top leadership of the Scandinavian countries and Germany started coming to the United States. We opened up a door. They were interested. So, we're the third school. The UAW is now gone because they sold that property when they got in the jam a couple of years ago.
Right.
So I don't think they're having classes out there that I know of. And the steel workers were the same way. They were never big time, but they did have their educational center someplace outside of Pittsburgh, I think, in which I don't know.
I don't know that much about.
I don't know whether it's still in operation or not, but this is the only one that still is. So, this was his jewel. He just, he thought so much of it. And then, of course, he opened up the door to like-minded organizations to meet here. A lot of times, Wimp was soft, a lot of times with no payment or anything. And we had several democratic functions out here. I remember Tom Harkin having a group of people here one weekend or something. And the Energy Coalition met here. So this place is right now, once a year, the Alliance for Retired Americans comes out here and meets for 3 or 4 days with its staff and stuff. So it goes beyond just our own people. It opened the door for other like-minded organizations that probably don't have the financing to come and be here. We're very generous, or have been. I'm sure they still are. But that was a very important part. The second deal that Wimp did that was really at the beginning criticized. He knew that if he first of all said to me one day, I don't want to die sitting in airports. And with his amount of travel, that was the case. So he said, I'm looking for a jet. I said, Christ, membership will kill you, man. He says, well, we got to do it. So he got George Robinson, who was head of our community services department, who come out of the airline industry. And he got George to start looking around at the fixed base operators where most of the small jets go into. And we leased one for about 3 or 4 months while we ordered a plane. And it was the time in which his first convention was approaching. So there were 2 big issues on the table. Because not everybody was convinced Placid Harbor was a thing either.
Right.
We, like all organizations, have money people who are very conservative. So facing that convention, He had two big, uh, uh, we had to have a cabinet tax increase. We wanted to do more for the strike fund, and then these two things came up. And he knew that they were gonna be very, intense, meetings, because the sentiment was growing out there about what are we doing with a plane? Why, you're asking us to pay more so you can have a plane? And the word went out that the harbor was gonna be used for the executive council to bring their girlfriends there, which was, started going around the country. So several of us got together with Wimp and started drawing up plans for the convention. And we all said to him, and he would have done it anyway, you hit it head on. You got the reasons,
Right.
and your people listen to you, and you know how to put it forward, so let's go with it. So he made two videos. One of the property here, and one with the jet being built by IAM members. So, right before we took up, let's see, how did we do that? I think we took up the strike fund first, and won that. And then we did something on per capita tax, I believe. No, that year we didn't know. It was done 4 years before. So anyway, we were ready for the two big shows. And Wimp would not tell, I knew, when we were gonna bring it, when we wanted the law committee to report to the convention on those two projects. One morning, and I worked with the law committee.
Got it, okay.
One morning, he said to me, tell the law committee to be prepared. Today's the day. Over 2,200 delegates assembled. He opens up the convention, plays around with a few things. All of a sudden, he shoots the video. Delegates are looking at this plane. Shooting over, I am on it, you know. The aerospace people went crazy.
I bet.
But the debate began.
Yeah.
And from some, it was pretty harsh for a while. And I can't remember, I don't think it went to a roll call, no. And we won it. So we got the plane.
Were most of the objections economic?
Yeah, well, that's what you would base it on, even if
It was other.
it was something else, you
Yeah.
know. Next thing was, he's rolling. So in the morning, he's doing the airplane, in the afternoon, he comes back with the video on, and he loved the afternoon, because if there was gonna be a roll call vote, the delegates must stay in the hall. And a roll call takes 5 to 6 hours. So he shoots it at 2 o'clock. Same thing, this big video screen, educational center, parts of it built, parts of it not. Statements from students that were there, that had been there, and that passed.
No roll call, and they
No roll
needed
call.
their,
No roll call, and the opposition didn't have the guts to get up. Well, Wimpy, what are you gonna do? Bring your girlfriends to the harbor? That was all underneath, you know, throughout the convention hall. But he had the ability to get the type of respect that it was tough to argue with him. It was really tough. So we got that big thing done. And those, you know, those were important. He used that damn plane, because I was on it most of the time with him. He used that damn plane to really work the United States and Canada. And, I mean, one day, on Labor Day, we started in Miami. We went to Des Moines, Iowa. on to Oakland and San Francisco and did rallies in which he spoke at all three. And that's, next time the convention, nobody ever questioned the airplane.
Really?
Never questioned the airplane.
Nice.
And it was used for that. So I sometimes, you know, when you hear these stories on corporate America has these planes and the press loves to show them.
Right.
And there's two things.
And they're extremely expensive, there's no
Yeah.
question about it.
It is expensive. And you got to, what value do you get out of it
That's exactly.
towards the money that it's costing you?
Yeah.
And the value of the plane was to be able to contact our membership and be there. One thing about unionists, they want to see their leader. They want to see their leader. They want to talk to him. If they need to blow at him, they want to do it. And, you know, and he got around. And they start, the next convention, yeah, there's some rumblings, you know, we're spending a lot of money on the airplane. But not once could they ever prove that that airplane was used for anything but
Real union business.
the business.
Yeah.
So that went over, and of course this place here, our membership, I think they sell headquarters before they get into this. So those were big items that Wimpy took on, and thank God he did.
Very impressive. So you work with him until 1989,
Yeah, and he retired.
and he retires, and how, are you the obvious next choice that whole time?
Well, there were there were three of us vying for the presidency. I had told Wimp when he made me the general vice president. I said he made me. He convinced the council to appoint me. When he called me in and said, "You're going to be the next vice president," our dear friend Sally Alpio had. I don't know if you knew him, but it's been years.
Mhm.
Great man, but he'd come from New York City. He said, "You're going to take Sal's place," which I knew, and I told him at that time, I said, "I want to tell you, Win, I really have no interest in becoming an international president." He said, "Well, you shouldn't commit yourself to something that you may have to break." I said, "Well, that's how I feel now." So I given it, are we at that point that we're at become president, right? Yeah. I had given it
Well, no, right now you're talking about becoming vice president.
vice president, okay.
Which is 6 years
That's it,
earlier,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that's a,
Yeah, that's right, I was taking some of that.
I mean, you're thinking, when that
Yeah,
happens, you're
okay.
thinking ahead.
Yeah.
But still,
Uh,
We're
so,
in
but
year
at
three.
that time, I did tell him I wasn't
Mhm.
interested in becoming international president. So, he had the votes for me to become the general vice president. And the vote was taken in Miami during the AFL-CIO convention that year down there. And I got ready to start looking. In fact, June and I knew I was going to get the nod, and I started looking at newspapers and stuff about living in New York City. Our kids, the girls were gone. We just had John, and I've always loved New York City. But up to the point, the day that I officially was made the general vice president, about after the meeting, and they called me in, and swore me in. And after the meeting, Wimp calls me and says, "Come to my suite." So I went there. He said, you're staying at headquarters. I said, what are you gonna do? He said, I'm moving Poulin to
New York.
To New York. And he said, that's a better fit. And he said, I said, well, did you talk to George? He said, yeah. So he talked to George. I said, well, under our Constitution, the international president is the one that makes a determination of what assignment the general vice presidents get. I said, fine. It wasn't that I was disappointed. That way I wouldn't have to move and I'd be at headquarters. So that's how I got on and why I stayed in Washington as his general vice president at headquarters. And
So how do things change? I mean, you're still in headquarters working with him
well,
after
then
you
you're
become GVP.
yeah.
What?
But then you give a lot of your responsibilities that you had before to the next one, which was Don Morton, become our executive assistant, and then I did more of running around the country, and several times I served in special trial committees and involved politically, and along, worked closely, or Don worked closely with me to, as I was chief of staff, so of working with the department heads and that type of thing. So it was a mixture of things.
Can you tell me about one special trial committee that was particularly,
We had,
as an example?
let me think. We had
I mean, because in a way, that's what keeps the organization working, is the ability to deal with the most difficult issues and
Yeah.
still be a whole,
we had a situation in Tom Ducey's territory in Chicago. It was the Automotive Lodge, big, 702. And they had an awful lot of internal problems. And several times directives were sent to them, whatever kind they were, and they refused to accept the directives. And a very anti-Grand Lodge atmosphere was beginning to develop. So a Grand Lodge representative filed charges against them. And Wimp appointed me and two other general vice presidents to, it was Tom Ducey's territory, so it was Purcell and Will Spencer, to conduct the trial. And these people had gone out and they got outside counsel, which under our law, we don't permit in our defendants and plaintiffs to their own case. And trial lasted
So wait, it wasn't permitted, but they did it anyway? Did they bring them in?
no,
No, they just got,
they've tried to bring them in.
they got help writing and
Yeah,
preparing.
well, they tried to get into the trial too, but I ruled that under our law it wasn't permissible. You had to be a member.
Ah.
And by the way, at another trial, they went out and got a member. I mean, they got
They
an
found a
attorney
lawyer
that they
who
gave
was a
membership to.
That they gave membership to on the spot, so they
that
could
he
get
could come
around
in,
that.
yeah. So, and the trial lasted 4 or 5 days, and we heard testimony and stuff, and went back, and together with the other two vice presidents, we rendered a decision, and things started changing. We took the local under jurisdiction and sent in the Grand Lodge representative to do the administrative work of the local until we got everything straightened out.
What happened to the people who brought the suit? The local, I guess
They
it
were
was the
not
local-
expelled, but they, I think, were fined, and
they
were.
lost their offices.
They lost their offices for 5 years. We can't do more than 5 years.
And
So-
their followers felt that the
Well,
trial had been fair and.
Well, probably not, but if you have good people to go in and do the administrative work of the local and treat the members, they finally come around. We finally ended up with good people running the local, and they were left on their own. But I do understand, I think that they had some problems last year or something. But,
The same local?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But those things happen. Politics within the local, our responsibility to see that the members are serviced properly. And that's the only big responsibility, and that's what we've got to make sure. So when bickering begins in a local, we got to make sure that it doesn't get to a point where we're not servicing our members, not conducting negotiations and that type of thing. So, but, and you know, that's good. It was interesting and somewhat, felt good to be a judge and move people out of order. So, but you know, and then when I become general vice president, I did more of the handling of politics and worked closely with the director, our political director, very
So
closely.
was there a particular campaign that you were?
That, well, we worked them all. I mean, Holater did the directing and conferred with me, and you know, we did the money thing and all of that stuff. And if there were rallies held, and I would, if Wimpy couldn't make them, then I would go.
Good speeches?
So, yeah, stump speeches, you know, going out to work for a politician and stuff like that. I went up to Massachusetts and worked when this idiot that's running for president now, ran against Kennedy. And what's his wife's name? Jackie? No. Ted Kennedy's wife. Appeared with her at several labor rallies in Boston, which he never forgot. He was a great man, Ted Kennedy.
Yeah.
A great guy. I'll never forget that Senator, I forget, former senator from Iowa, who's now an attorney, knows me, and see what happens when you're ready to turn 80. And I'll think of his name in a minute. He was having a fundraiser for Teddy at his house in Washington. And you know, and Teddy would not take PAC money. So if I had to pay out of my own pocket. So, you know, he kept calling me and calling me. So I said, okay, I'll be there. So I put out $500. And I was the only labor person there. And I don't know if that's why he did it or what.
Huh.
But I'm standing among, you know, lawyers and people like that. And they're waiting for Ted to come. Finally, they went around and said, he's coming, he's coming. And I was 10 rows back. And here comes Ted, the door opens, and they welcome him. He spotted me. And there was a trade bill on the floor that day. And he pushed people aside to get to me, to whisper in my ear. I said, man, I feel good among these people. So it was worth the $500.
Had he done something good with the trade bill?
Yeah, he was, I'll tell you what, Senate vote didn't count anyway, but he voted against us on trade. I said to him once, you know, why in the hell, you're 100% with us on everything. Or another thing, he wasn't. And that was deregulation. But I said, why? Won't you be with us on trade? His response was, George, I want you to know that the president, he always referred to his brother as the president. The president also favored this. So, you know, But we had a good relationship.
Not a good reason, but.
Yeah, no, but I guess if you're a Kennedy, it's a reason.
It's a reason, yeah. That's interesting. So, did you keep track of legislative
Yeah,
day-to-day? That was,
on a
was that
day-to-day
part of
basis,
your?
both politically and legislative wise, they report to me.
Yeah.
And then what we thought Wimpy should be brought about, we would. And that's one of the reasons of having a resident vice president is to
Is to
help clear
keep-
the docket for him and
Right.
only, give him the decisions that he has to make and nobody else. So sometimes I was wrong, but we corrected him over a little glass of whiskey and that took care of it.
And was there a big strike that you were involved in when you were a vice president
Yes.
in those years?
Yeah. The beginning of one that I finally inherited when I became president.
Mm.
Eastern Airlines, which you so well know, it's in your family.
Yep.
That strike should not have been, I think. I say I think because there would be different, John Peter Paul, who was then the vice president in charge of transportation, would differ. Wimp and Borman, the astronaut who ended up with Eastern,
Right.
developed a pretty good relationship. One thing that Wimpy did was he loved to get together with corporate heads, sit around a table and talk.
Did he use the phrase industrial democracy,
Mhm.
which is from Scandinavia, I
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
and talk about how cooperation can actually
Be good,
be good for everybody.
that's right. And not fighting each other all the time.
Mhm.
The end result is you're gonna get more than before, but when profit gets involved, it's a different thing. I mean, these people, the big money people. But Borman and Wimpy got very, very good friends, become very good friends. In fact, we had our Indy car, which is another thing. And Borman came on 2 or 3 occasions on Memorial Day when they have the race in Indianapolis, the Indy 500. And Borman said to him one day, he says, "What?" He said, "Once a month, I have some of the top business people in Miami and Florida come to my house and we have a little barbecue and have a couple of drinks and talk. And would you come?" And he went. Wimp never hid anything. I mean, he said it the way he believed it.
Right.
And I guess they had quite a night. They had quite a night. Wimp come in the office the next day. He said, "Man, did I have a time telling them last night, you know." And so he and Borman, when Charlie Bryan, who was the president of the district, when he and John, of course, were responsible with the negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
And on several occasions, Wimp told Charlie and John, I guess, that we should attempt to negotiate with Borman, and if you need any help from me or whatever, because you certainly don't want Lorenzo around. Well, I don't know what happened, but one night the strike began. And that was as Wimp was leaving office, and I was ready to take over. But let me say this. I think maybe Wimp was around for another 6 months or something right in there. Strike began under him. And
it was still going on when you.
yeah, when I become president, it was still
Yeah.
going on. But during that period of time, I spent time down walking the picket lines in Kansas City, in St. Louis, in Miami, big rallies in Miami. And because I knew or had a feeling that if I was to be the president, that I'd like to get this damn thing settled and stuff, you know. But that was not to be. And so they struck, and the eventual
Well,
deal.
so how come he didn't have more influence?
When?
Yeah. I mean,
I
he
think
was,
the thing, yeah.
he was right,
yeah.
right? And on
One
the level
thing-
of you had to
yeah.
negotiate with Borman,
Yeah.
there was some way in which that
But
was true.
Wimp had
What happened?
Wimp had a deep belief that he was the international president and of course would follow the Constitution. But he would try not to interfere in collective bargaining and in negotiations
Hmm.
when vice presidents were assigned to him. And good or bad, that's probably what happened in this case. That he told him what he thought. It didn't turn out that way. So it was like a last resort for him to pick up the phone and tell a colleague of his that you're wrong. The people haven't trusted you, then we gotta live with that. And the members can take care of that later. So I think that was one that, I don't know. I don't at this point, I think about that at times, but Charlie Bryan, who was the president of the district, was really loved by the people down there. So, Wimp told him what he thought was going to happen, which did happen. They made the decision. Do you want me to tell you about the end of the strike?
Yes.
So I take over, and you know, there are 10,000 people, and they're getting strike funds, 125, I think, 120, whatever it was in those days, a week. We had about, I don't know, $20, $30 million in the treasury. The strike kept going on, and during the strike at Eastern, Boeing struck. So here I was with two large strikes, Boeing, 50,000 on strike. I called, was it, trying to figure who was down there, maybe it was Jerry Thompson. I said, get a real estate company and find out what that property is worth.
Really?
Because I was not gonna stop strike benefits. My God, you don't leave our people out in the cold. He went out and got a price. And I says, well, and I told Lucy, who was the Secretary Treasurer, I said, we gotta be prepared. Strike fund's going down. We're paying 60,000 people a week. So I had Eastern,
That's huge.
and I was out picketing on the lines in Seattle, in Wichita. I delivered strike checks to them 3 or 4 occasions, held rallies at Boeing. At times I felt like, what in the hell happened to me? You know, we were meeting in St. Louis, the executive council, and there was a feeling among some of the executive council members that it was time to terminate the strike, which the executive council has the legal right under our constitution to do so. We were meeting in St. Louis. Meeting lasted a long time until the day, and I finally got and secured the right to continue with the payment of strike benefits at Eastern. And was told by several members, which I shall not mention, that you better get it over with because we can't continue on this way.
And Boeing is still out also.
Boeing's still out. So we're leaving St. Louis, we're on the plane, heading for Washington. I land at Dulles, get in the car, cell phone rings. It's Tom Buckenberger. He said, "You hear the news?" I said, "What's that?" Eastern declared bankruptcy, it's all over with. So I got bad. And it was probably the worst night of my life to know, under our Constitution, once there is legal separation, that we have to cease paying benefits. There was nothing I could do.
What do you mean legal separation?
Well,
I don't understand.
okay. This corporation filed bankruptcy, therefore was no longer in existence. Okay? So I had the right, and the executive council was to cut off benefits. You understand?
You mean because the employees were fired basically?
Yeah, they're gone.
By virtue of the bankruptcy.
Bankruptcy.
And so if they're fired, then your benefits are no longer.
We can't give them. They're not employees.
And there's no way around that?
I don't think so. But we did it. We had to do it. Along with a letter to all 10,000. It was tough. I got letters. You learn lessons, and I was just hoping and praying that what happened was, see, I'm trying to think it out. The bankruptcy occurred. The bankruptcy court assigned an administrator who was running the company.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I met with him in Chicago at the Drake Hotel, trying to iron out an agreement so we get our people back to work, get the airline running. And we just couldn't. And then he declared to the bankruptcy court that there's no agreement. We want to file papers to do away, dissolve the company. So that's the way it went. And so we were.
And why was it what? He wasn't trying to make an agreement work, or you just?
Well, we thought.
What? Tell me more.
We were trying to see if we could work an agreement with him.
Mm-hmm.
But he filed, when he was under bankruptcy, he was appointed by the bankruptcy judge. And he had to report back whether there's gonna be an opportunity for this company to exist in the future.
Right.
And the answer was no. So that means they fired everybody and that was it. So it's complicated. But I was assured by our attorneys that that I had to cut off benefits to our members, which we did.
After that, the bankruptcy
Yeah.
appointed supervisor had
Yeah.
said it's not possible for the
Yeah,
union
it's
and
all over with.
the company to
Yeah.
ever come to an agreement.
Yeah, the bankruptcy court took over, sold the airplanes and all of that. But we still had Boeing. And then after 6 weeks, we got a agreement there. And we've always ended up with good agreements with Boeing. It's just that they were a company that wanted to always show us. And when the strike was over with, I telephoned a guy by the name of Schwartz. Something like that. I forget all these years. He was the CEO. And the two of us had lunch together. And I said, you know, Boeing's big, we're big. There's no reason why there ought to be a strike every time you turn around. And we ought to put things in place to work together during the agreement until the expiration. And typically, like management does when you pull something like that, oh yeah, we'll get together and all that. But unfortunately, 3 years, no effort was really made. We met with the company on occasions. Another strike. And so our people went out on strike for about 3 weeks. And so I, out there running back and forth, finally got that one taken care of. So in my 8 years, I struck Boeing twice, had Eastern Airlines, among other strikes around the country. But Boeing, I hope they change now. I see that we've come to an agreement with them over the whole NLRB issue. Yeah. And the additional orders that they have that'll be made by our members. I wish once and for all that the company would understand that we're going to be around forever, and they're probably going to be around forever. We ought to be able to get along.
Could benefit both, right?
And I think that Tommy Buffenbarger is doing a good job of creating that type of an atmosphere with employers. He's tough, but he's good. So those years, outside of the strikes.
So can we go back to when you first get elected?
Sure.
As I'd like to know more about when you first come on as president.
Yeah.
You come on in the middle of the Eastern strike, so I guess that's pretty
much on my mind, of course. Other things too.
Did
You
people
can't do
think
that.
you were going to do something different?
Then when?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't going to do much different than when. I mean, after all,
you've been
I
working
was
with
part
him
of him
forever.
for a long time, and I wasn't going to build another house someplace.
Right.
I continued really setting records of traveling. I mean, you live in that plane. And Tommy's broke my records.
Really?
Yeah, he's done well. But I had a great feeling when I was with members. I was a hugger.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Greek. We hug and we kiss, whether they're males or females. I don't know if you've seen the other day, Donnie reached over and gave me a kiss. I said, I taught you well. But I always felt that, I always felt good among our members. And I think that kind of slung over. I don't want to brag or anything, but I really did have a good relationship with our officers and our members. I was possibly not as involved with coalitions as Went was. The coalitions were there. We were represented. But soon as I took the oath of office, our economy began to change. And I think, I don't have the exact figures, but I think that we possibly had 650,000 members when Wimp left and I took over. And trade started hurting us. Our manufacturing plants were being moved overseas, down to Mexico. Terrible fight. I was close to Bill Clinton. I thought he was a great president, but he failed us on trade. He failed us on trade. And the day that NAFTA passed, I got home, got in the house about 11:30, telephone rang. Picked it up. I was married now. Greek emotions get me. And it was one of Clinton's staff people, Joe Berlinskas. Used to work at the AFL-CIO, went to work for Clinton. George, how you doing? I said, Joe, you got a lot of goddamn guts calling me up and asking me that. So we chatted for a minute. Let me ask you something. I said, what's that? He said, the president is going to Seattle to meet with Boeing and some of its employees tomorrow. If you were asked, would you go with the president? I said, Joe, tell the president not to ask. I said, if you think for 1 minute, after NAFTA passes and what Clinton did for NAFTA, that I'm going to get off that plane with Clinton. So we had that dispute, and he knew how we all felt. But those are days where we had access to the White House. I mean, yeah, we got screwed around on trade. It was devastating. But we got things too. We had a good labor department.
Right.
We got places to go to. Better administrators of OSHA. You know, the one thing about it, when Clinton ran for office, Barbara Shaler came into my office one day and she says, I want to tell you something about, she's one of these people connected with the network, you know. All these people know each other and they get on the phone and now they get to do this thing. And you probably never met Bill Clinton, but he'd like to meet with you. Well, so she tells me about him. Our Machinist Nonpartisan Political League meets once a year.
Okay.
And we get together with our top political people around the country, 150, 200 of them. And this was held at, that day was, that week was at court, Washington Court, Capitol Hill. And Tom Harkin was, well, coming from Iowa, he and I had been friends since the day he ran for Congress so many years ago. And Tom decided to run in case, in fact, I lent him the plane and he went up to New Hampshire and, you know, and we had not endorsed up to that point. But our leadership knew where I was treading. So we met at the Capitol Court, and I had done my homework and convinced a lot of people that we ought to endorse Harkin. But I also had a commitment to meet with Clinton that morning.
Who you'd never met. before.
Never met.
Yeah.
And I had, Teddy Kennedy called me once and he said, George, he said, I want to get Clinton in here for a meeting at the White House on education. Please, will you let him loan the plane to him to come? That's the closest. I never talked to the guy. He rode in our plane, and that was it. So, have you met him?
No.
I mean, he's one of these people that engulfs you, you know.
Yeah. I've
mean,
heard.
You're like nobody in the room but you. But anyway, he come in. Ed House, who was my resident vice president, Ed, I think somebody will interview him. I wasn't feeling well, but
I
they'll
think
do it by
it's
phone or whatever.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
We have a plan for that. Yeah.
He knew Bill Clinton for years, come from Arkansas. So I said, Ed, I want you to be part of this meeting. I don't know this guy. So he comes up, and we sit, and he starts to tell me how, he's going to win this thing. And we start talking about issues, more trade, which he would not then commit. Either way, he wanted to study it. It wasn't for him on top of the list, and he went into education and trade schools, and we talked for about 45 minutes. Got up to leave, looked me in the eye with those eyes. He says, George, I know what you guys are going to do today, but I also want to tell you this. I'm going to get elected. I'm going to get the nomination. I'm going to be elected president, and you will sit at the table. And I looked at him. I said, man, I better call Harkin up at that. So that began our relationship, because when
did you go on and endorse Harkin later?
oh yes,
Yeah.
that was a commitment. We had the delegates talked into it, and some of them didn't like it, but
Right.
but there wasn't. There were other people in the race, as I recall, and there wasn't a groundswell for Clinton among our people. I think the California bunch had a candidate and others,
Mm-hmm.
and I was able to convince them, and the political director, that Harkin is the way to go now, because, there's nobody in the United States Congress that has a better record than Tom Harkin when it comes to labor. So we endorsed Clinton. He came to our convention was in Montreal. We did it by.
You mean you endorsed
Clinton?
Clinton after he was
Yeah.
nominated? Yeah.
After he was nominated. Well, we
Yeah.
endorsed him before. It was when Tom Harkin got out of the race.
Then you immediately went to Clinton.
Yeah, we put out a ballot
Okay.
quickly to our people, and a lot of them said, "Thank God we should have done it in the first place." But he was in office. It had to be March, and I was at he had just become president, and I was at the winter meetings, the AFL-CIO.
Miami.
I got a call from the White House saying that Clinton was going to meet with the CEOs of the aerospace industry in Boeing in 2 days, and he wants you there. Of course, that was more important than sitting around a table listening to Wayne. So I hurriedly got the plane to come get me, go home and get some clothes, and then we flew. I'll never forget it. It was a snowy night in Washington, and we flew to had a blowout of the plane with the tires,
Right.
landing to get gas in Omaha. But we got there in the morning, about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. I had just enough time to go to the hotel and freshen up a little bit. So I get there, and all my buddies, CEOs from Lockheed and Boeing and U.S. Air and United and all of them, Northwest, they're looking at me like, what in the hell's he doing here? Then a couple of them got a little wise. One guy, the one CEO from Northwest, comes up to me, and then later we become very well acquainted after I got on the board at Northwest Airlines. What's going to happen here? How come he's calling us together? And I said, well, don't pretend like you're a dummy, George. I said, well, I think he's got some important stuff to say. But anyway, we'll go to this room, this table. He comes in, he starts talking. He totally caught them off guard, the knowledge that he had of the aerospace industry, where the markets were, what had to be done. And then he said, and there were about 10 or 12 of us, he said, I want to go around the table, don't take more than 2 minutes, tell me what's on top of your list. And I was sitting there. He started over here and he went around. And all these guys are talking about getting help for this and that, and government stays out of business and all of that crap. So he gets to me, he says, George? I said, well, Mr. President, we're going to find out that deregulation is going to kill this industry. Not tomorrow, but eventually it will. And for what we didn't want was to have only 3 or 4 carriers in America we're going to get, unless the trend changes. And I plead with you to see that we do something to change that trend. He says, well, thank you, George. And then he looked at me, and like I say, this man, I didn't think there was another person sitting in the seat when he looked at me. Mm-hmm. He said, I want to thank you especially for being here. So we got up to leave, they shook hands. I shook his hand, he said, I meant what I said. But on trade, we had problems with him. We went out to a Labor Day picnic in Oakland. And then we went across, that was, remember I told you we left Miami, Des Moines?
Right.
And then we were in San Francisco, Oakland and San Francisco. And Clinton was to be at the Labor Day. And I got together with a industrialist, so-called, he was. Had good ideas about producing the first electric car. And he talked first our people in California, he was from California. Then they got him to meet with me, and I said, man, this might be a big opening here. So our people went to work, worked with the Labor Department, and Clinton agreed to become a partnership, the union, the government, and this industrials who was going to put some money up, and Clinton was going to put some money up to start the thing moving.
The development process.
And it was at that picnic we were to sign, and I'll never forget we were signing. And before he signed his name, he looked at me and he says, "Is this all right, George?" He didn't know the management guy, he didn't know him. But that day, I had asked to meet with him on the whole issue of Boeing and McDonnell Douglas giving high technology to the Chinese and to other companies. So the White House called and said, Clinton was going to spend a week at what's the big resort up in the mountains, skiing and all that stuff.
In Colorado, you mean?
Yeah.
Vail or
No,
Aspen?
it wasn't Vail or Aspen. It was, anyway. And then he said, would you fly from Washington, Jackson Hole, to Jackson Hole and meet with the president there? I said, sure, I'll go anyplace. Then the phone came back and he says, he would rather meet with you in Oakland or San Francisco. You had to pick, yeah. And then the two of you can ride from the picnic to the airplane, and you can talk to him during that period of time. So I said, fine, whatever he wants. So they take me and they put me in his limousine, and the current his administrative assistant, chief of staff, was the Secretary of Defense now, Congressman from California, now Secretary of Defense. And he was on there, and they also brought the Assistant Secretary of Labor. Secretary of Labor was someplace else. And the president finally gets into the limousine, we shake hands. He's sitting there like you are, and I'm sitting here. And we start moving, and people are going crazy, shouting, and he says to the Secret Service guy in the front seat, who, by the way, his hair was combed just like Clinton. I think they do that in order to, if somebody's going to take the bullet. But anyway, it really was. I mean, I was
really
looking at him, but I got on. We start. He said to the Secret Service guy, he said, "Let me out of here. I want to, shake hands." And Secret Service said, "No, you can't, Mr. President." He said, "At the airport, there are a few hundred people, and we've already put them through the sensors, so that there we know, but we're not stopping the limousine now."
No.
He got mad, said a few things. As the process, the procedure, the deal was very slow. People on both sides of the street, There was a young man waving this sign, and next to him was a beautiful young lady, short shorts, going by, and the sign said, "Look, Mr. President," and he kept pointing at this girl, and the president looked at me and says, "Man, if she belonged to me, I'd want the president to see her too." Anyway, but we had a good discussion. Huh?
Yeah.
Had a good discussion, and the thing is, I talked and Pinella is the
Of
second.
course,
Yeah.
yes.
He was taking notes, and I said, China, and he said, "Are you sure they're giving them technology that?" I said, "Listen, Mr. President, they're giving them technology to build airplanes." I said, "That's enough right there." Well, Boeing always told me, "George, we don't give them anything that can harm us in the end."
Right.
That's little stuff we're giving them. They were giving them big technology, and we know it now. They're doing all the work. So during Clinton's term, we had our ups and our downs.
What came out of the meeting that you went to with the aerospace and leaders?
Okay, that day in Boeing?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the result of that?
Well, first of all, I'm only guessing. I think the president wanted these guys to know that he was no dummy when it came to their industry. And one of the things he said, "I want to be a president that helps you sell airplanes," which always struck him, which is good.
Yeah.
And by the way, on 2 occasions I went to the White House where foreign countries bought our airplanes because of Clinton. So, and he wanted to get that across, but I think more importantly to get to know these people, who of course were not for him when he was running for president.
Right.
And tell him that I have knowledge of your. This guy, I think he can read a paragraph and remember it for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
He is really.
He's an incredible study.
Yeah, he really is. And I see now that his daughter's going to get involved, and it makes me feel happy because she's really acted like a real ex-president's daughter should. She didn't really get mixed up in all that early on, so they're a great family.
Now, I'm very impressed with her, honestly.
Yeah.
She's been doing.
You're gonna do some good stuff. So, you know, we had, like I say, our ups and downs with Clinton. We supported him for a second term, of course. Any time that I wanted to get a message to him, he was right. When he pointed his finger at me and said, George, you're gonna sit at the table. He was right. I mean, I never had a problem meeting with him or any of his aides. I mean, we were being screwed around by NASA at Wallops Island, which we should have had the right, did have the right for years for a closed agreement that everybody had to belong to the union. And this new director, he gets appointed by Clinton and changes that, tells people, tell the supervisors out in the line that this is Virginia law. It's right to work, they don't have to belong. Well, we come on a federal agreement, federal contract. So this jerk, Shapiro, I think was his name, kept screwing me around. I met with him a few times. So I called up Harold Ickes, when Harold was at the White House. And I said, this is what this guy's doing to us. I said, I want the president to know. He said, better yet, George. He said, I'll call the son of a bitch down here and we'll have a meeting at the White House. Well, you can't get anything better than that. Ellison Beck and I, our attorney, went. And I walk into the room and sit down, we shake hands again. This guy starts telling me, the administrator, how he was a great union man. His father was a union man. Then Harold walks in, sits down. He said, by the way, George, the president says hello. Kind of jabbing him.
A little.
And then he says, okay, what are we gonna do here? So I told him what the problem was. And Harold looked at this guy, I'll never forget the look on his face. And he said, listen, don't waste my goddamn time over this. We know what the law is, now follow it. We shook hands. You can't get anything better than that, you know.
Cute.
The problem was,
Cannot get anything more straightforward. Huh.
so, but we had a good relationship with him during the 8 years that I had the honor of being president.
Want to take a short break?
Sure, we can.
Yep, the lines are moving, so that's a good thing. So we're talking about when you're president.
Well, you know, the Boeing strike and all of that, and Easter. And then there came a time where Lane Kirkland, there was a lot of talk about Lane being in his late 70s, seeking another term. And I heard of a movement.
And when this is in the early 90s?
Yes, this would, yeah, about 93, someplace in there.
Okay.
And there's an author, by the way, that wrote a book on Lane Kirkland about 3-4 years ago. And it's not bad. He interviewed me, but he didn't tell the full story. He was really partial to Lane. But
I saw it, but I didn't actually read it, I confess.
yeah, okay, yeah. First of all, we have in our Constitution and always believed that we were not dead on having people to promote and people to run for office, that people didn't have to stay there forever, that we had young blood in the union that had different ideas. And years and years ago, the machinists put a clause in the contract that when in the Constitution, when you're 65 years old, you had to retire. And we lived by that, and it served us well, because after somebody serves 4 or 8 or 12 years, then they become pretty complacent. And not only that, is that they don't, I mean, you need new blood, new energy. So we always believed that. And we, on several occasions, attempted to amend the AFL-CIO Constitution.
To have,
Yeah, but of course,
well,
you know,
Meany served.
Meany
until he
served forever.
was,
Yeah,
I don't know how old, but
Yeah.
quite a, way over 60.
yes.
And,
Can I tell you a quick story on Meany
Yes.
and Wimpy?
yep,
When Wimp became president, at the AFL-CIO convention in Los Angeles, the machinist threw a reception for the delegates to introduce Wimpy to him. He was going on the executive council of the AFL-CIO. He and Meany, you know, Wimp said Meany had to drop dead and all of that, and, you know, they just were not good friends. So we're betting. I said, Meany ain't gonna show up. He said, no, I don't think so either. Reception was to begin at 6. At about 5:45, here comes George Meany in his cane. Walks in, shakes hands with Wimp, gets the first small round table, and sits there.
no kidding.
And he sat there all night. Just to show Wimp, the hell with you, Buster.
I'm still.
But anyway,
That's very interesting.
for my time, there was a lot of talk. You know, is Lane going to run again? And of course, if he wanted to run, he probably had the votes. And there was rumors out. And when I was asked, I said, I stand by our policy. And our policy is that when a person turns 65 years old, they ought to go someplace else or do something other and allow younger people to take over. Then I got a call from Jerry McAtee, and he said, can I come out and see you? I said, sure. I had known McAtee for a number of years. By the way, he's now on his last leg as president of ASME. He'll be retiring and somebody else take over. But anyway, Jerry came out and started talking, and he said, and I always had really high respect for John Sweeney, meetings and stuff like that. And he says, what do you think of us starting a movement to get rid of Lane?
Yeah.
I said, well, we got to have a candidate. And I told him, I said, it's not Lane. It's the fact that he's in his late 70s. He does not, he can't bring younger people to look at a 77-year-old man that leads the movement. I mean, you want young blood. And he says, well, if we play our cards right, we can get John Sweeney to run. I said, do you think so? He said, yeah. I said, all right, keep me informed as to what's happening, and we'll go from there.
Now, this is 2 full years before the election, right?
About a year and a half.
Because Sweeney comes in 95.
Okay. So it
In
was late 94 and early
Yeah.
95.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I think.
I didn't hear any more from Jerry for a couple of weeks. And I heard that, Jerry called me, I can't remember exactly, and that John Sweeney had gone to see Lane and just laid it on the table. He didn't say he was going to run. He just said,
just
you know,
said
there's a
it's
lot of
time.
talk, and you're getting up there in age, and people don't want to see another Meany type of thing occurring in the labor movement, and all the right stuff. And Lane took it pretty bad. Well, I forget where I was, and I get a call from Lane. He said, I suppose you know why I'm calling. I said, well, have an idea. He said, well, George, I want to ask you to support me for another term as president. I said, you know, Lane, it's not you. It's what this all means. And I hear a lot of rumbling among our membership, and it was true, that Jesus Christ, so we got another George Meany on our hands. And I said, as you know, the Machinist Constitution prohibits anybody to run beyond 65. And I would not be following the feelings of our members
Right.
if I were to support you. Now, if nobody runs against you, there's nothing I can do. You know. And he was very gracious. And when I become president, one of the first calls I got, of course, was from Lane. I didn't know Lane too well. I had attended, when they had the first school for full-time representatives that ended up at the Meany Center in downtown Washington.
Yeah.
And I was in that first class.
Oh, no kidding.
And there were about 20 of us who were executive assistants or vice presidents. And we went through a 2-week training period.
Huh.
We didn't stay there, we stayed at home, but, you know, and Lane came on graduation night to give us to give our diplomas. And that's the only time I really met Lane.
Hmm.
So anyway, we're getting ready to go to Miami to the winter meetings. I contacted Jerry and said, "What's happening?" And he says he hasn't heard much, but we still got to work on somebody to run. And I said, "Well, I don't think John will." Well, he said, "We'll see." So we get down to Miami, and our first meeting, Lane said, "We'll adjourn for lunch." No, he said, "Tomorrow morning will be an executive session," which means that everybody left the room excepting the officers.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "We'll start and we'll work for as long as it takes." Somebody questioning what it was all about. I knew what it was about. And he just said, "Well, we'll have the meeting." Very stern. Which he didn't smile much in those meetings. George Meany didn't either. So we assemble. It's the longest executive council meeting that the LCIO ever had. 5 hours.
It's a long time.
So he opens it up with a statement and that he intended to run again. Really, you know, saying, "The hell with you guys, I got the votes."
Mm-hmm.
Then he started around the table. And he looked at me, says, "George, I don't know what your bitch is." He said, "Wasn't I on the picket line at Eastern every time you wanted me? Was I with you when you become president of the Machinists? Did I call you?" I said, "Lane, you absolutely did. And I was happy for it. And you are a friend. But that has nothing to do. What the role you played was expected of you as president of the Federation." And I said, "You know, I thanked you before and I thank you again. Yes, you never said no to me. Every time I asked for something, especially on Eastern, you were there. Hell, and Pittston." So he went around the table. People raised their hand. John Sweeney. He was really pissed at McAtee because he knew McAtee was the beginning of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And really, he and McAtee got into it and back and forth. And one council member got up, Maritime Union guy, little short guy, Mike, successful in this. Anyway, he jumped up and called us that were anti-Kirkland son of a bitches. And, I mean, it was a hot, everybody, poor, the steel worker, George Becker. When Lynn Williams retired, of course, Becker sat next to me. We become close friends because we were both fighting over the baggage people at airlines at US Air in Pittsburgh. And we made up and we become very decent friends. And I was responsible to get him to be against Lane in that movement. And Lynn Williams really was upset that happened, but George stayed with us. And he told him the same thing. Ed, I mean, Lane, you're getting up there. I'm not going to stay forever either, and you know, this type of thing. But it was a damn hot meeting. And they adjourned. And that evening.
So there wasn't a vote, there were just people
No,
talking about what
he
they
laid his
thought.
cards on the
He
table.
said, this
and-
is why I
Yeah.
deserve your support, and
Yeah.
people answered.
Absolutely. And
And-
what he did, went around the table, I mean, everybody around the table owed him something. After all, he's the president of the AFL-CIO.
And was anybody, I mean, that's pretty straightforward of you to say you did it as as part of your job,
Absolutely.
which is true, it's an institutional.
For me to agree,
Mhm.
membership looks at you and says, hey, you know, we have it, why did they have it, and why did you vote that way? So, that evening, going out to dinner, the wife and I went, and Lane was standing there. Come up, and he says, when do you get back to Washington? So I told him. He said, I need to meet with you immediately. He said, I'll be in. Call my secretary. I said, okay. So I had a couple other stops after Miami and then went back and called him up. And he said, can you come down to the office? I said, sure. I said, boy, am I gonna get it. The old man's after me. I went in about 3 o'clock. And we started talking, nice discussion. Had the TV on, the news was beginning. He said, would you run for president of the AFL-CIO? I said, what? He said, would you run, if I decide not to go, he didn't say he was gonna go out,
Right.
but if I decide,
Huh.
would you run? He said, I can make it happen. I said, Lane, I'm 63 years old. I'm retiring in 2 years. And I'm not gonna retire from the machinist, break the pledge of our union, and come over here. Oh, we watch the news. 10 minutes goes by. I don't know what to do. I want to leave, to tell you the truth, but how do I abruptly end the conversation? So I said to him, Lane, if that's what you want, why don't you ask John Sweeney? He went in a rage.
Really?
He says, that son of a bitch, I will never want that ever to happen.
And is that because he knew he'd
He
already
knew
been
that
lobbying for it?
John had called him, see, and told him that I've talked to several international presidents,
And they think it's time.
and they think it's time for you to go.
Yeah. Is that the only thing he had against Sweeney? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, that was
Or
enough.
there
They were
was
very
enough-
close, by the way, but
Okay.
that divided them.
Yeah.
So I said, well, what about Donahue? You don't want it, which was a lie. No. So I got the impression so quick that he didn't want Tom to succeed. I said, well, and he kept, I mean, the news is going on.
Right.
And he kept saying to me, I can make it happen. So I said, well, Lane, there's no use continuing this. I will not change my mind. Well, he said, I don't want you to tell me that. I want you to go home and think about this. I wanted to get out of there. So I said, Lane, I ain't going to run. And, he said, please think about it. He just kept saying that. So finally, we shook hands and left. I left. So I had made up my mind that the conversation, and he didn't ask this, that the conversation that he and I had would stay in that room. That I wasn't going to tell McAtee and others that,
Right.
This guy was going to. I said to myself, it ought to be either Tom, and I got along well with Tom, or John. So Lane calls, not Lane, McAtee calls a meeting of the unions that were looking for an alternative. John Sweeney, Owen Bieber, the painter, not the painter, the operating engineer guy. I'm sorry, I forget names.
That's okay.
Rich Trumka, Sig, forget his last name, and he came from, I guess it was the painters. Maybe not. Anyway, I think there was 6 of us in total. Well, by the way, this was not a new meeting of this coalition. We met in Miami the night before Lane called that special meeting.
Okay.
Because, we wanted to get our thoughts together, made up our minds that we were not going to make any propositions or anything at that meeting. So we had a meeting. I think at the mine workers building. At Rich's building. Anyway, so we're, who's going to run? I mean, we all know that there's got to be a replacement, that Lane ought to go, but we got to find a candidate. So, and I knew this is what Jerry wanted too. I quickly said, John, it's you. And Sweeney, no, I don't think so. So we talked for about an hour. Excuse me. And finally got John to say, well, give me a couple of days. Let me think about it.
Now, why was he demurring at this point?
What?
Why was Sweeney saying
Well,
no at this point?
because, he was heading up the fastest growing union in the Federation. Who wants the additional responsibilities?
Who wants to fight?
Yeah, who wants to fight? And, he loved his union very dearly. So we set a meeting to meet again about a week or two later. And we've convinced John. John would go for president and Rich Trumka would go for secretary-treasurer. We swore to each other that we were going to stay united. Oh, the laborer. He's now retired from the laborers union. And the fight began. So I have my staff in Myrtle Beach. And since we decided at that meeting the night before, 2 nights before, that it would now be out in the open, that we would tell the press person, and John would agree that he's thinking about it and all that stuff.
So, and you're basically planning a year the actual vote will happen in the
Oh,
next
yeah,
winter
yeah,
meeting,
it's
right? So
within
it's
the
a
next
year
year
out,
that,
yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
we have time.
yeah, exactly.
Because there's a lot of, steps that developed after that. So, I went down, met with the staff, and decided that, excuse me, I hadn't talked this much in a long time. Decided that I would tell the staff, first of all, I called my executive council and told them what was happening, and that I had been offered the job and turned it down. And, a couple of them said, well, you probably should have took it. I said, I'm not gonna. But there was no groundswell there because they knew our position. So I told the staff, Sam Rodriguez from New York, I'll never forget him. He talks Spanish a little bit and stuff. You got no goddamn right to turn it down. You have a responsibility. But anyway, because I knew it was going to get out of the box anyway. So the next day, still at the staff conference, McAtee calls. He said, you got that goddamn plane, get in it and get back here to Washington. You and I need to go up and see Tom Donahue. What had happened was that there was a period of time that Tom indicated to McAtee and others that he would probably run. Then he decided not to run. I think Lane said, I'll run another term, which he was going to do.
And he said,
So
okay.
Tom said, okay, I'm out of it. He was loyal to Lane,
Right.
And I can understand that. He says, get back here, George. You and I got to go up and see Donahue. I said, all right. So I got hold of the pilots and we flew, and the next morning and met McAtee. Do you know much about Jerry McAtee?
A little
He's
bit.
a very outspoken man. He's I met him in the lobby of the AFL-CIO, and the former general counsel, Larry Gold, I think was his name, was walking by, and Jerry says, George, look at that guy. That's Mr. Yesterday. I said, oh, Jesus. But anyway, went up. He called, and Tom Donahue, that we wanted to, no, Donahue wanted the meeting.
Oh,
And then
he
Jerry
wanted
wanted
you to
me to be there, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Jerry wanted me to be there.
Yep.
So we walk into the office, and the operating engineer guy was, three of us, walk in the office, and Jerry looked at Tom and he said, Tom, you're gone. Well, let me back up a little bit. There came a period that Lane knew I wasn't going to run, that he indicated to that Tom, Lane and Tom are, what Lane did, I hope I'm not mixing you all up. During this period of time, we leave Miami and the meeting I had, and then Lane organized 4 or 5 regional conferences around the country. And McAtee followed him around and would take the floor.
These are
AFL CIO people.
Regional conferences. Okay.
And that developed, and
To push his,
yeah.
to
They had the-
consolidate his power further.
they went down, Tom and Lane were finished the Miami meeting. And at all the meetings, Jerry, this guy had guts. At every meeting, he went and questioned them in front of in front of the people and
And
stuff.
Tom went to all these meetings.
Tom
so
and Lane.
with the clear understanding that he was not gonna run, he was gonna
Yes,
support Lane,
yeah.
and he was the next
Right.
in line.
They're sitting in the airport.
4 years later, okay.
Right, sitting in the airport. Lane turns around to Tom and says, you can have the goddamn job. I'm not gonna run. So Tom gets to Washington, the next morning he's calling everybody. Well, at that time, we had already committed to John. Now here's 2 guys from the same union who have been really close and brothers all of their adult life.
Huh.
So Tom called me. And I'll never forget, I says, Tom, I asked you to run. The train has left the station. Sweetie don't want it. I tell you, Sweetie doesn't want it. And I said, well, that isn't what our understanding. So then we had the meeting in
That's when
Tom's
you-
office, yeah. Then that meeting,
That's when you joined McEntee.
Yes.
To meet with
Yeah.
Tom and
Yeah.
confront the situation, which is
well, the
that
shouting and everything begun.
he's gonna be furious.
So Jerry, the three of us walk in. Doors are open. Jerry looked at Tom and said, you're not gonna get elected if you run, so you ought not to run. We're telling you right now. We're here to tell you right now, Tom. It's all over with for you. And, you know, and but then I said, listen, Tom, I told you, commitments are commitments. And you all of a sudden decide to run, it's gone. It got so bad at one time, Jerry took off his jacket, threw it on the couch, and we're shouting back and forth. And so Tom says, he either said, I met with John last night, or I had dinner with John last night, and John don't want it.
He says it's in this meeting with you
Yeah.
where everybody's.
Yes. And Jerry said, that's a lie, I talked to John. Well, as we're leaving, Jerry said to me, get on your phone and your car phone, call John immediately, tell him what developed. And George, he has a lot of respect for you. Please tell him not to get out. Because we did have a feeling
That he
that
would
John
bow
is the
to
type of
pressure.
guy that probably, if Tom said that, God damn it, John, I've waited all these years, and now you're screwing it up for me, that John, being the personality that he is,
That he
would
was a
have
good
just-
enough friend that he would give
Yeah, so
in
I'm-
despite all the.
Right. So I pull out of the garage, the Federation building, and get on the phone, call John, and told him we just had a meeting with Lane. I said, John, Lane tells us that you don't particularly want this. And he says, that's not true. And, you know, John never curses or anything. He didn't curse. He just said, George, that's not true. I said, John, I mean, we're depending on you. We can't go down this road too far and find out that you're gonna get out. He said, no, George. He said, I'm not gonna stick with it. So that was fine. About 3 or 4 days, then we had a weekend. I'll never forget, Owen Bieber calls me. And he says, I just talked to John. I'm scared to death. He was gonna leave us out in the cold.
Right.
John and his executive board were meeting in, near Seattle or Spokane or someplace. Saturday morning, Owen gave me his number out there. And I called. And I said, I'd like to talk to John. And I think Bob Walsh come on the phone first. And Bob later relates the story that John got on the phone with me and that he was not told anybody, the executive board of his unit or anybody, that definitely, it was out, that he was definitely gonna run for president of the Federation.
Huh.
So I talked to John. I said, John, you gotta run. You gotta run. The labor movement needs you at this period of time. You're the guy for it, John. You've got to do it. Then Bob Walsh told me, he walked into his board meeting and told him that once he's
Announced.
elected, he was gonna resign as president of SEIU. So we went through that battle, and Tom never spoke to me since, although I did bump into him in the street one day and we had a few words. So he took it pretty hard.
You were probably not the only one he was angry at.
Oh, no, especially McEntee. Everybody for that whole episode blamed McEntee, and the reason they blamed Mac was because he was so outspoken.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't hinge any words. So that was, you know, a period of time that was exciting, and I would think that involvement at the time was the proper one. There are people that probably think that John was not a good choice. I didn't feel that way.
They thought that then, or they think that now, so
Well,
many years later?
Probably now more than,
Because at the
yeah.
time, it seemed,
It
I
was
mean,
very
from the
popular.
outside, so exciting, honestly.
It was
How-
exciting.
How did you
It
feel?
was exciting because,
Because
I felt excited. I felt that there was a turn in the labor movement, that that our younger people would really love this and see as though the labor movement was again catching fire and was going to start real trade unionism in this country.
And organizing.
And
our major
organized, which was
organizing
big. And by the
drive
way, he
was-
did marvelous things in organizing. He got international unions to set forth a percentage of their income towards organizing. John was hit, as Tom is now hit, with the times.
Yeah.
I mean, what's there to organize out of service employees? It's just, well, then the big thing that happened, and possibly a real disappointment for me, was the proposed unification of the three unions. The UAW, the machinists, and the steelworkers. For years, the UAW and the machinists have always had light talks, nothing. We both represent the type of people, same type of people, this type. You do airplanes,
Same
we
kind
do
of work,
cars,
yeah.
Small manufacturing. When Bieber became president, first of all, when Fraser was president of the UAW, he and Wimpy got together. I was at the meeting. Bill Dodds, Fraser, Bill Dodds, he was then their lobbyist on Capitol Hill. And Wimpy and I, we met for lunch, and Wimp and Fraser shook on a proposition to begin talks towards a merger. They called it a merger then. I staffed it. I had not been vice president yet. I staffed it. George Poulin was on it. He was the vice president. And we met on several occasions. And then Bieber becomes president. And when a new person becomes president, they have their own ideas. So talks broke off. And there was nothing. Bieber serves for 8 years. And towards the end of his term, he calls me up one day, I'm now president, and says, well, we ought to get everybody talking again. And I felt like saying, yeah, all of a sudden, that you're retiring. So I went downtown and met, he come in from Detroit. It was Steve Jokic and him. Steve was to take over as president. And I'd known Steve and got along with him. And I said, we start talking. 2 weeks, we start talking, and then I said, I think that there is a possibility that we, the UAW and the steelworkers, could form an organization. Steve Jokic jumped at it. Then. Becker and I were in Sweden, Stockholm, at the International Metalworkers Union meeting. And he and I had some harsh words a couple of weeks before that over this organizing drive that we were both engaged in, and we won. So I said, I'll put out the olive branch. I picked up the phone and asked if there was a George Becker in the hotel. I knew he was going to go. And they rang his room and said, George. He started calling us the two Georges. I said, how about a beer? He said, yeah, so we went down to the bar. We told each other what we thought of each other, which wasn't very kind. And then shook hands and said that this is a new day. He says, well, what's happening? He says, well, one thing, George, is that we're going to begin talks with the UAW for merger. He said, why are you leaving me out? I says, you're kidding me. He says, no, I'd like to be part of it. So, in this meeting that I went to see Bieber and up at the UAW place, office in the district there, I told it to him. I said, I was with George last week and this one developed, and will you guys have any objection that if we attempt to put not a merger, but a unification together? And they bought it. Steve being fresh, and I said, you know, if it blows up, it'll be because Steve may not be the president of it, you know. So I called up Becker and told him, listen, you and I and Steve will begin our talk. So we met a couple times. Then we met at a restaurant downtown and shook hands and said that we didn't want for any leakage, and said, let's call our executive boards in, all three of them. This had to be done quickly for a meeting of all of our officers, and announce to them that we had agreed to begin talks. So I'm riding home and I get on the phone to Tom Buffenbarger, and I said, Tom, this is what happened. Get on the phone, call the executive board now, and tell them to come in on whatever it was, Wednesday or Thursday or whatever. I said, we're gonna have our first joint meeting, all of us, with a press conference. So everything went smoothly. How we got the hotel stuff, I don't know, the staff did a good job. We had a press conference to announce it at the Shoreham Hotel. The ballroom was packed with press. That's big.
It's huge.
So everybody felt good about it.
All three executive boards
We're invited. Well, got together.
willing to go along?
No, you're never gonna get, I mean, the reason mergers don't occur too often, unless the union is ready to go broke,
Right.
is because officers got their little thing going.
Yeah.
What happens after merger?
You don't need as many officers.
Yeah, of course. So, that went well. Good press on the TV stations that night. Different unions calling us up saying, how'd you ever get it done? Well, we hadn't got it done.
Right.
The worst was to come. And we begun the thing. Within 2 weeks, we had departments meeting together, communications departments of the three unions, the political departments, the legislative departments, all meeting in Washington or Detroit or Pittsburgh. The three of us, with our executive assistants, sat down and started to craft a union that is the hardest thing in the world to put together because of the way the different unions are structured. I deeply believed that if we really wanted, that it could happen. And work for that. Were our people happy there were probably more that weren't happy than were happy. It took an educational job to convince them that, of course, their jobs are involved. But when you look and see what's happened to the labor movement in America, our chance of survival was much better, three of us being together, than to be separated. We met once every 2 or 3 weeks. Met here on a number of occasions. Pittsburgh, Detroit. George was going to go on and run another term as president of Steelworkers. Jokic would have to retire, but I think he had another 3 years. I was within months. People kept saying, when you go, it's gone. I said, all I could do is hope. It didn't happen. Probably my greatest disappointment. Do I blame anybody? No. Everybody, going back, our executive council, in a meeting in a restaurant on Capitol Hill, right after I become president, unanimously voted to begin merger talks with the UAW. But that's different than when it's ready to happen.
How far did it
Board-
get in terms of?
The talks and doing a lot of paperwork,
Yeah.
putting together structures, departments, we start working together, yeah. The big thing was how we were financially structured and how we were structured as far as Grand Lodge representatives, general chairman, business agents. They all had international reps elected in territories. We had them appointed in territories. So there was a big difference.
Yeah.
All I could do was to leave it in the hands of those that come after us,
When you stepped down, it was still going along on track?
Mm-hmm. Well, on track, I think I kept it together. Steve started talking about his people saying, well, they want to merge with us because we got close to $1 billion in strike funds, and the biggest proponent was George Becker. He had this feeling that if we had the will, we could get it done. All I could do was tell Tommy how I felt. And that I did. And I asked for no commitment, but said I would hope it happened. Tom, went to several meetings with me. And, was enthusiastic. After I left office, I didn't ask because I didn't think I should, because a new team was there, and it was their, the right thing was for them to do what they felt better to do. I heard, occasionally Tom would tell me something, a little bit or something. I'd never asked. To this day, I had not said to Tom, what the hell happened?
What happened?
Yeah.
Really?
I think the biggest thing,
We have to save that question for him after he retires?
yeah, well, I really deeply believed that once I left office, you give leadership during your time. When your time is over, it's time for the new team to take over and do. And you don't question them. Tom and I talk once, twice a week sometime. I never question him as to where we're going. He tells me what's going on. I listen. I say, that's great, Tom. I'm a hero. I love this kid. He's getting ready to retire too in about 4 years. But because that was a disappointment of mine, the worst thing I could have done was to raise hell. To go around the country and say to our members, God damn it, we could have had a merger, but
yeah.
Buffenbarger and Steve Jokic and Becker screwed it up and that type of thing. And I traveled a lot, and people would say to me, what's happening? I said, it's in Tom's hands. And that's the right thing. But the record will show sure I was disappointed.
Yeah.
And we needed to become one mental workers union in America and Canada. Whether it will happen,
It's a powerful vision, but honestly, other mergers or unifications have been disastrous, and other.
yeah,
I mean, Unite Here couldn't be a better example of what not to do.
Well, that is leadership. That is, I mean, the Unite deal, what was his name? He was their organizing director, then become president.
Yes.
Anyway, Bruce
Rayner.
They put that thing together because the hotel and restaurant employees needed money, and Bruce had money.
And Peter Ward had people.
Yeah.
And the
people.
garment industry is a sunset industry.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Exactly right. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
And
That's a terrible term, if ever there was one.
yeah,
An organizer from the ILG was the first
Sure.
person who taught me that term, actually.
yeah. What term?
Sunset
Oh,
industry,
yeah.
for the garment
Yeah,
industry.
yeah. So you know, that was a bad one. But because of the reasons we said. There won't ever be in my lifetime large mergers. And there's just a number of things that keep them from happening. Personalities, ambitions, that type of thing.
Yeah.
But I wish to God it would have happened. And
You feel like it might have worked in a way that others haven't.
yeah,
Uh,
I felt it because I had this belief that I see what I have seen as I travel around the world, where unified crafts belong to a union throughout. In America, we have several garment workers unions, several, you know, when you go to Europe or Japan or places like that, they have one union to cover that craft.
Right.
Those people have the same problems. It's the same thing they need. We spend time arguing, fighting among ourselves on jurisdiction. So, I guess what I want to say is that I would hope it would have worked, you know. But again, I understand personalities get involved, structures, and I must say, the toughest thing those three presidents had was taking a structure of each of the unions and trying to build it into one. Could it have happened? Anything can happen if you put your will to it. But it was a tough one. And I understand and understood Tom well on this. And I know that he had possibly good reasons, which one of them, which you brought up, you know, can you put three structures like that together to happen? So I don't blame anybody, but maybe myself for not trying it the first year of my
You'd have started
administration.
earlier.
Yeah. But, you know, ours is a beautiful, wonderful union. I love it dearly, and this is a good example of it. And we have great, wonderful members around the country, and we do well. What we need is jobs.
That's the biggest thing of all, isn't it?
Yeah.
You
So what do
tired?
think?
I got a few more questions.
No, it's
but
all right.
We can take
It's
a
all right.
break if you
Oh,
want.
no, I'm set.
Okay. So I want to go, when you're not going to run again in 1997.
Mhm.
Were you involved in, was it clear as a bell that Buffenbarger was going to be the next,
As far as I was concerned,
as far as you were concerned?
I seen Tommy really grow up. He was a young man. Met him at the Ohio State Council meeting. He had the guts to run against an old timer and won because of his intellect and his personality. And going real back, I knew that eventually that seat could be his. Merle Pryor put him on as his executive assistant, and then Wimpy said to me one day, I'd like to bring Tom into Washington. What do you think? I said, absolutely. And he come in and eventually ended up as my executive assistant, and a good one. He was probably one of the most intelligent IPs we've ever had. I mean, he's really done well, college education, first college-educated president of the Machinists Union.
Ever?
Ever.
Huh.
Ever. I don't, maybe Al Hayes graduated from high school. I don't think any of the old-timers graduated. They went to work in the roundhouses early.
Right.
So I had that strong feeling, and I told some of my closest people that Tom, there were others, you know, that wanted it, but Tom was my choice, and I made a good choice. Tom, I've told him on several occasions, has probably had more hardships and problems than ever, going back until the days of organizing and turn of the last century. The great railroad strike of 21. The downturn in this country on jobs is just horrible. And he's faced up to it and has done a good job. And I love him dearly.
Very difficult time. I feel like I didn't hear enough about OPIC and you being appointed
Oh,
to that
yeah, that was,
in 93?
yeah. Ruth Harkin, Senator Harkin's wife,
Okay.
was appointed by President Clinton to be president of OPEC. I got a call from Lane Kirkland. He was a buddy. And Lane said, the White House called and wanted to know if you would serve on the OPEC board. You know what the hell's OPEC? and overseas private investment corporations and whatever. Isn't that for bankers? He says, well, George, this could be the first time we've had somebody from labor on there. He says, a lot of the money goes overseas to these contractors. I said, well, what do you think, Lane? He says, please take it. I said, I'll take it then. I didn't think it was going to be much. I was on an educational commission and stuff, and they met and come up with a recommendation and sat on the, nothing happened.
Shelf.
Yeah.
So Clinton calls Kirkland
Yes.
to ask if you
Wanted
can
somebody
serve.
from labor. But what I think, I don't
Instead
know
of
the
calling you.
conversation, I have a
Okay.
feeling.
Yeah.
The feeling is that Ruth said to the president, I'd like somebody from labor on, and I have a candidate. And I think Clinton did it because of Ruth. Now that's because
Huh.
there was a judgeship open up in Iowa. And it was the son of the attorney that was a dear, dear friend of mine for years and years and years. And he was trying to get the job as a judge in the northern part of Iowa, federal judge. And Jim Wingert from the state Fed, dear close friend of mine, just died several weeks ago, called me and said that, see if you can help Mac. After that was over with, Mac didn't get the judgeship. I was put on the OPEC board. Senator Harkin, in a gathering of labor people in Iowa, told them that, senators are proud to have placed people, and he didn't say anything about the failure that Mac didn't get the judgeship, but he bragged on the fact that an Iowan,
Got it. It's on
an
the
Iowan was on OPEC, and that was a big appointment, and that type. And Harkin did that to me several times when I was back home, and I would be at a meeting that he was at. But and I had to be confirmed by the Senate, and Sarbanes, I'd known him for years, and he was subcommittee chairman of that appointments or whatever, I don't know what it was, because he called me up and said he got the government's paperwork. And I was worried about having to appear before the Senate because committee, because I didn't know a damn thing about OPEC, and I wasn't ready to become an expert. Excuse me. So I found out then, Owen Hermstead, who was one of my legislative people and former attorney, helped me with all my paperwork, and we went over together and met all the people at OPEC, and of course sat down and had lunch with Ruth, and didn't know what to expect. So I go to my first meeting, and everybody's wondering, all these people sitting around the table, several new Clinton appointments.
So you were approved by the Senate with no problem?
Yeah,
Without
I think in
having to
in a job like that, I think
It just
if
goes
the
through.
subcommittee chairman approves it, then it filters through the subcommittee, and I was worried about having to appear before a committee, but I didn't have to. And Paul told me that, he said, George, you're not gonna have to come over here. He said, we'll get it done.
Okay.
So
So you go to the first meeting?
go to the first meeting, and Ruth opens it up. They had several meetings, of course, with her as president, and started bragging about all of the commissioners around the table, good to have George here, and I'm proud to say that he is the first union person to sit on this commission. And so I told her, I said, you're all going to hear from me on probably every issue, because the important thing for me is how you treat the whole human rights deal. And the opportunity, remember, to citizens in those countries that we send this money to build, these corporations go in there, are they given, do they have the right to organize, do they have right to join unions, do they, that whole value, human rights. And, that's what happened. I enjoyed every bit of it, because every time they brought up a project, I said, show me.
Really?
Where this is what we're doing in that country to ensure that on this project, in which we're putting millions of dollars into, run by an American corporation.
We're not
Which-
having
that's
slave
right.
labor.
That's right.
laborers from-
So I think some good happened, but
Yeah.
it's hard, but I stayed on through 3 presidents. I mean, not the United States presidents, presidents of OPEC. And then when Ruth left, there was 3 of them, and then George Bush gets elected, and I stayed on. Of course, they couldn't kick me off because my term has got to expire first. And right as Clinton was leaving, I begun a new term.
Uh-huh.
And I think they were 5-year terms or longer. So
And
once
the
a
fact
month,
that you retired from the
I stayed on
IAM,
when I retired from.
you stayed on that, and that didn't diminish your place on it.
No,
Yeah.
not really. During the Clinton years, we developed a good board. People from the State Department. See, on OPEC, there's a representative from State, from Labor, from Treasury, that all sit on the board along with, I think it's 5 outsiders.
Okay.
And so then I made a trip to Vietnam, and that was a very interesting trip because Knight, who runs the basketball shoes,
Oh, yeah. Nike?
Nike, okay, his name is Knight, or was, that headed it up. Went through several of his factories in Vietnam. People were working 14, 15 hours a day, and I was outspoken when I was there. And I should have been more scared than outspoken, but we went through factories. But an interesting thing happened with Nike. They have a big plant in Vietnam. Forget what city. And when we got there was a delegation of us. 8 of us, something like that. A couple from OPEC, myself, the head of the SEIU head guy for healthcare in New York for a great number of years, called for Hispanic, come from Puerto Rico.
Oh,
He's now doing something else.
yes, I know exactly.
He was
who
on
it
that
is.
trip with
Yeah.
us. And we got, the next day we're going, the guy comes to me that was headed up the delegation from OPEC. And he says, tomorrow, George, only you and myself or something like that are going to be permitted to go through the plant. I said, we have a delegation here, and I want the delegation to see it. If the whole delegation ain't going, I'm not going. So we didn't go.
Huh.
Andy, the black leader in Atlanta, Andy Young,
Oh, yes.
who was
Okay.
to the United Nations at one time, he was doing some work for Nike. I don't know, promotional work or whatever it was. They had him on the payroll. So when I got back to the States, I wrote him a blistering letter about the conditions in Vietnam. And I was surprised that he would work with a company that treated its employees the way they did over there, and that sold shoes over here for a couple $100 when they all cost $10 to make. Never got an answer.
Really?
Never. So that, I used to love this guy. I mean, this guy was the top human rights guy in Georgia, next to Martin Luther King.
Yeah,
So, you know, people change too. But it was a good experience, and then I really started getting tired of it. And finally, either my term expired or I gave it up. I can't remember now. Probably gave it up, I don't know.
yeah.
But then, the next president calls me up one day,
Of the board.
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
and says, could you come over next week for lunch? I said, okay. So I go, and all of the present, the new ones, mostly Bush appointees, were there, and they gave me an award.
Oh, no kidding.
And I felt like, well, I did whisper in his name, I forget what his name was, nice guy. I said, I don't think George Bush knows about his business. But when I accepted it, I said it was an honor for me, first labor person. They never replaced me with a labor person.
I was just gonna ask
Yeah.
who was the next labor
Yeah,
person.
yeah.
Not?
Not to be.
No dear. Yeah. The other thing was the National Council of Senior Citizens
Yeah.
that you started early and I think kept on with for
Yeah, I kept.
for quite a long time.
I fell in love with it. It was like in fact, every day today I understand better as I get older. But we had made, you know, I told you about the fact that Matt Demore, I worked with him, I was the secretary treasurer. We went around the country forming clubs and getting our people active in the election process in those years. Working closely with Bill Hutton, who was an idol of mine, one of my mentors.
So these would be clubs in each region?
Well,
Or
mostly in
state
cities.
by state? Or city
Cities.
by city?
Yeah,
Okay.
locals.
Okay.
Locals.
Got it.
And enjoyed being on the board and meeting new retirees. One thing early on, as Bill Hutton and I were going around the country organizing clubs, we were in the process of organizing clubs, and we had a meeting in St. Louis. I was just telling Brown this, and at District 9's hall, and it was the first time that the district had sent letters to his retirees to come to a meeting. Got there, the hall was packed. And sitting up there, I got up and said a few words and introduced Bill Hutton in order. And during the middle of the speech, he yelled out and said, just think, there's citizens, seniors like you in this city living in dingy little rooms. Don't see anybody for a week at a time. And the little old man jumps up in the middle of the hall and he says, that's me, that's me. I said to myself, God, that brings the point that a lot of work to do. That we put seniors, and you know, that was only 7 or 8 years after Medicare.
Right.
So it was early on. So anyway, I enjoyed going to the conventions. I chaired committees. It was good. Bill Hutton and I became very, very personal friends. And, but I enjoyed every bit of it. Maria Cardone now, she just retired, has done an excellent job, and now Charlie's got it, and he's doing a great job. And
He's probably gonna draft you to get back on, back into
well, I've been going to his
traveling around.
meetings.
Have you? That's great. Well.
So anyway, when I retired, then I just to finish this end of it up. When I retired, I decided that I was going to do very little, and probably sit down. My kids have been just begging me to put a lot of this down on paper so they could have it. Then I started getting calls. One day I got a call from Mike Dukakis. He said, they're looking for somebody to take over as president of the National Council of Senior Citizens. George, I want to encourage you. And I knew people were putting him up to it. I says, Mike, who the hell called you? Now I'm doing this on my own, you know. And so then Tommy got hold of me and he said, George, what are you doing? I said, not much. My wife was just hoping that I'd get the hell out of the house. And I decided to become president. And it was not in very good shape. They were in debt. Poor Steve Petroulis. I convinced him to become president, and he got into a situation where he or I didn't know how bad off they were. Bill Hutton had died, and they needed money, and there were federal funds involved, and so Steve started cleaning all of that up, and I stayed there with him as president. And then John Sweeney called me one day and said, let's talk about the National Council, because they were feeding money into it. So the attorneys tell us that you guys are in trouble with the Department of Labor and all this type of stuff. And it wasn't trouble, it was just that there wasn't a misappropriation of funds. It was the fact that those funds didn't go to the right places or something. I forget what it was all about with the Labor Department. So, and under Republican control anyway.
Yeah.
So, in fact, I talked to John when I decided to become president, because I told him, John, I won't take this job unless I'm going to get support from you. And I told Tommy the same thing. I said, Tommy, I want you to take it up before the Executive Council, because I want them to either approve or not. And I said, it ain't going to hurt me if they say no.
Right.
Of course, that wasn't the case. So John and I started talking, and I said, we need an organization that's got community-based people outside the labor movement in it also. And he agreed. And I said, will you help us restructure? He says, my staff is yours. So we got together with several other staff people, with Steve Petroulis, sat down, and eventually, after about a year, came up with the Alliance for Retired Americans. It now has close to 5 million members, mostly supported, 95%, by the trade union movement. For the first time, they have come up, and all the unions are making their pledges. The big unions, $25,000 a year. I interviewed several people for the top job, and it came down to 2, and I went in and seen John. I said, which one do you want, John? He said, no, the decision is yours. So I picked a man by the name of Ed Coyle. Ed, a very, very wonderful man, really is building a great organization. And talk about the difference in times. He's gay and been accepted by the labor movement heads. It's a marvelous man.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah. So we worked together, and I stayed with him for an additional 6-7 years. But I'd go down 2 or 3 times a week, sit around, he'd get all the work. And then I decided that, it's time, and told Joan, and we started looking, and came up with Barbara from CWA. Oh God, she was Secretary Treasurer CWA. Isn't that terrible?
Well, I'm as bad as
That's
you
why
are.
I see what's in my mind. Barbara Walters.
That's not it. Yes.
So she took over as president, and is doing an excellent job. And I go to their conventions and stuff, get to see all my buddies.
You still do go to the conventions?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so that's the end. What do you think?
I think we've done an excellent job.
You think?
I'm sure you've left out something.
Yeah. What
And
should I
have.
do if I'm left out somewhere?
Well,
Are you gonna continue being my person? What's gonna happen here?
yes, I see no, why not?
Do you have a card?
I don't have a card, but I'll turn this off.